proficiency in technical training, faithfully added, giving the best on technical education, paving ways for discovery of talents, diverse training on entrepreneurship. Stand on your feet and rise to the skies, faithfully added. So dear to my heart are you, arise and take your place. You are the best, you are the best, faithfully added. The citadel of learning where great leaders are made, faithfully added. We are the first among equals, raising great scholars to change the world, leading the way to all-round success. On knowledge, skills, and character we stand, faithfully added. So dear to my heart are you, arise and take your place. You are the best, you are the best, faithfully added. Vocational skill is our watchword, proficiency in technical training, faithfully added, giving the best on technical education, paving ways for discovery of talents, diverse training on entrepreneurship. Stand on your feet and rise to the skies, faithfully added. So dear to my heart are you, arise and take your place. You are the best, you are the best, faithfully added. The citadel of learning where great leaders are made, faithfully added. We are the first among equals, raising great scholars to change the world, leading the way to all-round success. On knowledge, skills, and character we stand, faithfully added. So dear to my heart are you, arise and take your place. You are the best, you are the best, faithfully added. Vocational skill is our watchword, proficiency in technical training, faithfully added, giving the best on technical education, paving ways for discovery of talents, diverse training on entrepreneurship. Stand on your feet and rise to the skies, faithfully added. So dear to my heart are you, Arise and take your place. You are the best. You are the best. Fetch holy Eden. The citadel of learning where great leaders are made. Fetch holy Eden. We are the first among equals, raising great scholars to change the world, leading the way to all-round success. On knowledge, skills, and character we stand. Fetch holy Eden. So dear to my heart are you. Arise and take your place. You are the best. You are the best. Fetch holy Eden. Vocational skill is our watchword. Proficiency in technical trade. Fetch holy Eden. Giving the best on technical education, paving ways for discovery of talents, diverse training on entrepreneurship. Stand on your feet and rise to the skies. Fetch holy Eden. So dear to my heart are you. Arise and take your place. You are the best. You are the best. Fetch holy Eden. The citadel of learning where great leaders are made. Fetch holy skills.
Hello.
Hello, good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir. Please, when are we going to start?
I'm just a participant. I don't know. I couldn't say, sir.
You are also a participant.
Yes, sir.
Sorry about that.
No problem, sir.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. You're welcome to the final technical session of our first international conference. And we are sorry we are starting behind schedule. It is due to lack of participants online. We've been here before 9 o'clock that we put on our posters. So I think we'll take Mr. BC Olatipe, we'll take him in the next 5 minutes. We'll be back in the next 5 minutes. Thank you. So the technical session will commence by 9:30 by the grace of God. Thank you for your attention.
You are the best, fetch the citadel of learning where great leaders are made. Fetch we are the first among equals, raising great scholars to change the world, leading the way to all-round success. On knowledge, skills, and character we stand. Fetch so dear to my heart are you. Arise and take your place. You are the best. You are the best. Fetch Vocational skill is our watchword. Proficiency in technical training. Fetch giving the best on technical education, paving ways for discovery of talents, diverse training on entrepreneurship. Stand on your feet and rise to the skies. Fetch so dear to my heart are you. Arise and take your place. You are the best. You are the best. Fetch the citadel of learning where great leaders are made. Fetch we are the first among equals, raising great scholars to change the world, leading the way to all-round success. On knowledge, skills, and character we stand. Fetch so dear to my heart are you.
Good morning once again. It is 9:30 as we have said earlier. May I request Mr. BC Olatipe to please unmute yourself and commence your presentation, please. Mr. BC Olatipe, kindly unmute yourself, share your video, and begin your presentation.
Hello, good morning, sir.
Good morning, please. Go ahead. You have 10 minutes, please. Make your presentation. You have 10 minutes.
I am Olatipe Stephen Olabisi, lecturer in the Department of General Studies, Osun State College of Technology, SAOK. The topic of my presentation is engaging the Nigerian Pidgin English and indigenous languages for economic development in post-COVID Nigeria. Engaging the Nigerian Pidgin English and indigenous languages for economic development in post-COVID-19 Nigeria. Our introduction. COVID-19 is the most recent in the history of pandemics in the world. And when it came, it was least expected. And it has taken its toll on almost all the sectors in the world. And these sectors are either adversely affected or positively modified in their mode of operations. COVID-19 has had far-reaching consequences on the healthcare, economic, and social life of the world. It ravaged the whole world, Nigeria inclusive. This paper asserts that language has economic value, which can be harnessed with language planning in multilingual societies like Nigeria. Economic development. The effects of COVID-19, as identified by this study, could be seen from three angles: in the area of healthcare, in the area of economy, and in the area of the socials. The economic effects of the pandemic are many. They include slowing down of the manufacturing of essential goods, disruption of the supply chain of products, losses in national and international businesses, poor cash flow in the market, and significant slowing down in the revenue growth. At the level of healthcare, we have effects like challenges in diagnosis, quarantine, and treatment of suspected or confirmed cases, as well as high burden of the functioning of the existing medical system, among others. On the social life of the nations, the COVID-19 has had effects such as cancellation or postponement of large-scale sports and tournaments, social distancing, postponement of examinations, and closure of public places like hotels, restaurants, and worship centers. I want to look at the language situation of the country and see what we can do in order to make the indigenous languages in Nigeria, as well as the Nigerian Pidgin English, useful in assuaging the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic on our economy. We know Nigeria is multilingual, having well over 500 languages, out of which we have 3 exogenous languages, which are English, French, and Arabic. We have 521 endogenous or indigenous languages, languages that are of Nigerian origin. Then we have 1 neutral language, which is Nigerian Pidgin English. Now, these languages are assigned roles, except the Nigerian Pidgin English, which is not given any role, any formal role in the constitution of the country or in the national Nigerian policy or national policy on education. The roles assigned the languages include the following. For example, English is the country's lingua franca, the language of wider communication. It is the medium of educational instruction, the language of the judiciary, language of mass media, language of international relations, among others. The indigenous languages are assigned the role of serving as medium of instruction at the lower primary school. They are expected to be used for educational delivery in classes from primary 1 or pre-primary class to the 4th level, the 4th year in the primary school. And they're also constitutionally provided for to be used as languages that could be used in the conduct of legislative duties in the National Assembly, as well as in the state houses of assembly. Like I said a short while ago, Nigerian Pidgin English was not assigned any role, not even mentioned at all in the national policy on education or the constitution. Now, we want to look at language planning for economic development. Language planning is a deliberate attempt to influence the structure and function of a language with a view to bringing about growth and development. We can have what is called status planning or corpus planning. Status planning has to do with what a language is used for and what relations exist between or among the languages in a multilingual setting. Our corpus languages has to do with the development of the language itself. So this paper is of the view that redefining the roles assigned the indigenous languages of Nigeria and the Nigerian Pidgin English through language planning will contribute to economic development through the adaptation of Adam Smith's theory of specialization. The thrust of Adam Smith's theory of specialization is that specialization leads to economic development. If this is adapted to language planning, that is the status planning of the languages in Nigeria, the languages of the country could be assigned special roles, specialized roles. For example, the Nigerian Pidgin English and indigenous languages of the country could be constitutionally assigned the roles of language, of trade, of business, and of commerce. That is where we talk of specialization, following the theory of specialization by Adam Smith. Our conclusion: the COVID-19 pandemic has changed the way a number of things are done in the world. Almost everything has changed. Education now tends more towards e-learning and online delivery as against what used to be. The socioeconomic life of countries of the world has also been redefined greatly by the novel ideas brought up by the exigency of the pandemic. And we have observed that the status planning of the languages of the country does not maximize the potentials of the Nigerian indigenous languages as well as the Nigerian Pidgin English in engendering economic growth in the Nigerian post-COVID environment as it is presently. So it is now recommended that the adaptation of the Adam Smith theory of specialization to status language planning in Nigeria, whereby languages will be assigned special roles, like adopting the Nigerian indigenous languages and the Nigerian Pidgin English as Nigerians' languages of business, trade, and commerce is recommended. So with that,
thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Let me, in the 10 minutes is up. Thank you so much. Let me introduce the chairman of this session. He's Dr. O.S. Omotofe Jr. And he will be the one chairing this final technical session. Right. He's currently the Dean of Student Affairs of the Federal Polytechnic. So the chairman, please, you can take it up from there.
Thank you very much, Mr. Olatipe Stephen Olabisi. I want to first of all commend you for your presentation and your topic. I just want to remind you, this is in the lighter mood. Are we really on post COVID-19 yet? I think the COVID-19 still ravaging some states and countries. We are still having issues. Yes. But that doesn't affect the topic. The topic is in order. Did you go through the publication, the poster of this conference?
Yes, sir.
Are you using 6th APA edition or 7th? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Are you using the 6th edition of the APA or the 7th edition?
Sincerely, sir, I cannot really place the edition I've used.
That's clear. That's okay. Now, the poster says you must use the 6th edition. But I can see here that if it's the 6th edition, you need to, let me say again, that please go and be conversant with the 6th and the 7th edition of the APA method of preparing papers, academic papers. And that is very important. If you are saying you are not really sure, that means you are just using either and abide by it. If you want to use the 7th edition, abide by it. For this, your paper, my technical assessment is based on the 6th edition of the APA. Are you with me?
I'm here. Yes, sir. I'm on.
Good. It's based on the 6th, and based on the 6th edition, your abstract should be written first word capital, and the word abstract should be in the center. Then the abstract itself should be single line or spacing. But let me mention this. The 7th edition says double line spacing. That's why I'm asking you that question. If this journal is going to be published on 6th edition, it will be specified there. So to correct it, you must change it to the to single line spacing. And that is the only correction I have on the abstract. The paper asserts the language and then all the necessary elements of an abstract are there. And then I observed that one second. I observed that the paper itself, you are not sure it's theoretical. This type of paper, I expect you to make it a little bit empirical. You know why? You are comparing a major, shift in our method of delivering education and learning to our students or children in both the primary and secondary school. And then you want to say that the language will be of a major importance, which is good. If it's empirical, you'll be able to bring out the schools, you'll be able to bring out, those who are using it elsewhere in your literature review and compare the advantages with what you want us to do in Nigeria. The paper did not actually divide the work into, into technicalities that will make it easier for somebody to assess properly. So I want you to, starting from the language, after your introduction, I want you to develop a literature review that you will include the language situation in Nigeria, Nigerian indigenous languages and Nigerian Pidgin English, and then redefining Nigerian language planning for economic development, and then making a case for then, under that will serve as your literature review. Now, the methodology, now you bring it out, and making a case for Nigerian indigenous language and the Nigerian Pidgin English is one part of your methodology. And in that case, you cannot do some comparative analysis, which will assist you to know, what others are doing, what you want to do, and then what is applicable. And that will assist a lot. And that will assist a lot actually streamline the paper using good methodology that will assist you to bring out your point. As a matter of fact, I don't have any problem with your language. The language is clear, simple, and then the methodology of preparing, of presenting your ideas is equally in conversation with the 6th edition of the APA. On page 4 of the paper, you indented a quotation. The quotation could be, maybe if it is 2 or 3 lines, using the font you are using. If it's 2 or 3 lines, you can put the quotation mark. If it's beyond that, then you don't need to use a quotation mark to do it. You don't need to indent it. Indenting it like you did when you are quoting section 180 of the document is like using the Keturabian method, which is not acceptable under the APA method. Extensive literature review, it will assist you to bring the findings, and that findings will assist your recommendation. Again, you need to state the objective of the paper itself from the beginning, either with the introduction, or you state objectives of the study, maybe in simple lines, like 1, 2, 3, up to 4 objectives. That will assist your conclusion. Your conclusion is generalized, whereas your conclusion will have been linked specifically with your specific objectives. And then if you have done that, then I want you to bring out the findings and number the findings of this paper, of this study, based on the empirical review, maybe 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then you base your recommendation on those findings. By and large, it's a good effort. And your reference, again, your reference is dwelling on the 7th edition of the APA. You are supposed to use the 6th edition. So it is under the 6th edition, the name of the author is correctly written. I'm using reference number 1. And then the title of the paper or is correctly written. But you need to use single line spacing for 2nd, 3rd lines, not double line spacing through. What you have done here is 7th edition. Please look at the 6th edition of the APA and change the reference type to 6th edition, because that is what the journal will publish. If you correct that, the difference in both will reflect, and then you'll be able to say that this paper was based on the 6th edition. Apart from that, I don't think there's any other thing I observe. The paper is a good effort, and I thank you for your presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Olatupe. Thank you so much for your presentation. I think
thank you, sir.
We are sorry, sincere apologies for the break in transmission. This is one of the disadvantages of all these technologies we are deploying. We have a technical breakdown which affected us a while. Thank you very much for staying with us. I will take Mr. Sheriff Oluwafemi Salaudeen. Mr. Sheriff Oluwafemi Salaudeen. Mr. Sheriff Oluwafemi Salaudeen. Mr. Sheriff, you can please unmute yourself and possibly you share your audio for us and we'll take your presentation. Kindly do that. Kindly do that, please. Mr. Sheriff, you can unmute yourself.
Yeah. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, please. Go ahead and make your presentation. Go ahead. You take the GL now. After. We'll take that clip for the back. Go ahead, please. Make your presentation, please. You have 7 minutes. Kindly be fast. Tell us your background. Let us know your methodology, your objectives, your methodology, your findings, your recommendations in clear terms and in concise presentation. Thank you. Go ahead, please. You have 7 minutes.
Thank you, sir. The topic of my paper is post-COVID-19 business environment, impact of artificial intelligence marketing on customer satisfaction. We all know that artificial intelligence is simulation of human intelligence that are programmed to think like human and mimic their action. And it is also known that the outbreak of COVID-19 has caused an unprecedented problem for business environment in general and marketing industry specifically. And this requires that efforts must be made to mitigate the effect of COVID-19 pandemic. The use of artificial intelligence replicates the way people think in order to make customers enjoy a personalized experience, and they want to automate their actions. The objective of the study is to explore the use of artificial intelligence in marketing practices so that in order to mitigate the challenges created by post-COVID-19 in business environment. And I have other specific objective, which is to identify the positive contribution of AI marketing to customer satisfaction. Again, I want to examine the platforms upon which artificial intelligence marketing can be operated. The methodology used is to survey method, research method was used, and with descriptive analysis. Data were collected from volunteers of online users of a Jumia platform in order to examine actually if the use of artificial intelligence marketing can help satisfy them while making purchases online. The paper discussed some of the applications that can be used or platforms that can be used to market using artificial intelligence. Number one is personalized emails. When we look at the situation of the country or the world now after COVID-19, we can see that with artificial intelligence, organizations are able to send personalized emails to customers based on their experience, based on their needs and what their lifestyle is, which can be getting accurately by artificial intelligence. Then again, the paper discussed the use of chatbots. We all know that there's a section on the website which is called chatbots, whereby customers are able to interact with organizations, immediately, and they get their feedback on the website. Again, we also use targeted advertisement. That is, the artificial intelligence applications and programs is able to access the needs of customers and be able to make a personalized advertisement instead of sending a generic or general advertisement, personalized advertisement that is tailored towards the individual and customers' needs are used. Again, there is also the use of targeting, market positioning and targeting. AI is also used to target individuals and or segments of a particular society by ensuring that their needs and wants are, are tailored. So again, the paper makes use of two theories, and the first theory is the theory of acceptance and use of technology, UTAUT, and that is the theory emphasizes the consumer acceptance of AI technology with the use of anthropomorphism, which is a practice of assigning human characteristics to non-human.
Mr. Sharif Salaudin, please kindly skip to your methodology if you have one, your findings and your recommendations, please quickly. Kindly skip to that part.
Okay. The methodology, like I said, make use of the regression method was used. Data were gotten from the volunteer users of a junior online platform about the importance of artificial intelligence marketing. And the results showed that there was a significant relationship between the use of artificial intelligence platforms and customer satisfaction. It was concluded that due to the evolutionary trend, there has been an increase in the worldwide revenue and increase in the use of digital marketing applications as a result of AI. It was recommended that organizations should intensify their effort on the use of AI-enabled platforms and applications to provide a seamless services. Some of the ways in which organizations can solve the problems created by COVID-19 by making of a program.
Mr. Sharif, thank you very much for your presentation. Mr. Sharif, thank you for the presentation. Let me allow the chairman to make comments on your presentation and the paper itself. Technical comments and observations. Thank you, the chairman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sharif Oluwafemi Salaudin. Your paper is authored by 1, 2, 3 of you. Good. The topic, I have no problem with the topic. Topic is relevant, it's current. But after artificial intelligence, you need to put AI in brackets on the topic. Are you with me? Are you taking notes?
Mr. Sharif, you can please unmute yourself and respond to.
Are you taking notes?
I'm with you, sir.
Are you taking notes?
Yes, sir.
On the topic, post-COVID-19 business environment. Good. Impact of artificial intelligence. After artificial intelligence, put AI in brackets. So that from the beginning, when you use AI, we know the meaning. Apart from that, the names of the authors. The name of an author should not carry the certificate. So you remove the word, the abbreviation PhD from Mr. Ajao. I mean from Dr. Ajao. Is that clear? Good. The abstract is fine. You follow the APA 6th edition, which is very good. And all the elements needed in an abstract are there. The only thing is that the abstract itself should be centralized. The word abstract. You centralize it, just the way it's written there, put it in the center. Your keywords are okay, but they are not sufficient. You need a minimum of 5, not have 1, 2, 3 here. So I have 1, 2, okay, 4. You need like 5 minimum. Is that clear?
All right, sir.
Are you noting it? The introduction is perfectly in order. Yeah, take care of everything we want to know in the introduction, and I'm happy with the presentation is in order. The objectives are equally clearly stated, both the specific and the general. And I'm happy this is an empirical paper, and it can stand the test of time. The literature review is okay. Apart from some typographical error you need to note, I've noted one on page 3. Email, you corrected. The methodology is good. Descriptive research design was used, and it is properly used there. And it is clearly stated you use the regression analysis as a method of testing the hypothesis. And I can see your findings under the regression analysis that is tested using the SPSS. The conclusion is good based on your objective, and the recommendations are acceptable. Your reference needs to be moved to another page. That's the only correction there. Under the reference, you have used the APA 6th edition properly and correctly, and I commend you for that. I think by all standards, this is a very good presentation. I want to put it on record that I'm particularly happy with you, Mr. Sherif Oluwafemi Salaudi and Rashidat Oluwakemi Buhari for learning fast, for joining with people who are knowledgeable in paper presentation to do your work. This will help you as you go on in your career. Good presentation, and then very, very intelligent ideas. Thank you very much.
Mr. Salaudin, thank you very much for that presentation. Let me take Mr. Clifford. Mr. Clifford, please, you have 7 minutes. You can unmute yourself. Let us have your presentation, please. Mr. Clifford.
Oh, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Okay. All right. Good morning, sir. Clifford Akwabokun. I'm here to present a paper titled, but excuse me. I can't hear you. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Hello.
Go ahead, please. Go ahead, please.
Okay.
Loud and clear.
Value-added tax as a source of government revenue and economic growth in Nigeria. The background. Tax revenue is seen as a major source of government revenue all over the world. To this end, different countries look for ways to boost their revenues. This facilitated many of those countries to introduce value-added tax, VAT, on goods and services. VAT basically is a consumption tax levied at each stage of the consumption chain and borne by the final consumer or of the product or service. It has become a veritable source of revenue in many developing countries, including Nigeria. As the target of VAT is consumption of goods and services, unless an item is specifically exempted by law, the consumer is liable to tax. Its introduction in Nigeria through Decree 102 of 1993 marked the phasing out of the then sales tax, which was a decree number 7 of 1986. The VAT decree took effect from December 1993, but its implementation actually started 1st January 1994. Objective of the study. The objective of the study is to ascertain the influence of value-added tax VAT on economic growth in Nigeria. The hypothesis for the study was stated in a null form, thus, value-added tax has no significant effect on economic growth in Nigeria. In the literature review, we looked at definition of VAT. Simply is the goods and services tax levied on the value added that results from each exchange. It's an indirect tax collected from someone other than the person who actually, is the incident of tax, that the person who bears the final burden. Economic growth also was looked at. Economic growth is a sustained increase in per capita national output or net national product over a long period of time. That is the total economic value of product from a particular nation or country. Then GDP, which is gross domestic product, is the final goods and services produced within a country during a given year. Then real GDP is a measurement of economic output. That is the gross domestic product taking into cognizance the effect of inflation or deflation. So the basic difference between GDP and RGDP, where it's real gross domestic product, is the fact that the real gross domestic product takes cognizance of inflation or deflation. Then the theoretical framework, the study was anchored on the theory of optimal taxation as developed by Frank Arrow Ramsey in 1927. Methodology. The research design, we use the expo factor to set design. The source of data was obtained mainly from secondary sources. Description of the research variable. The independent variable, which is VAT, or value added tax, was represented by the annual total value of added, the annual total value added tax received from the Federal Inland Revenue Service, while the dependent variable, which is economic growth, was proxied by the real gross domestic product for the country for the period under review. Model specification. A multiple linear model was built to capture the contribution of value added tax and to the real gross domestic product. Then method of data analysis. The data generated was analyzed using descriptive tests, diagnostic tests, and ordinary least square regression method or test. Estimation of results and discussion of findings. The descriptive statistics analysis show that value-added tax is a significant tax source. It's a significant source of. Value-added tax is a significant tax source that has remained largely untapped, over the years. Then also the findings reveal that when we use the Bruce-Godfrey serial correlation test, it showed that there was no presence of serial correlation since the probability value is higher than 5%. It was the chosen level of significance. Then also further, the regression results show that the regression coefficient of VAT, which was about 14422.6, with the t-statistics of 4.0733, and a p-value of 0.0008, suggesting that there is a positive relationship between real gross domestic product and value-added tax. Then the coefficient of multiple determination, that is R squared, suggested that the independent variable, which is VAT, was about 73% of the total variation on the dependent variable, which is real gross domestic product. Conclusion and recommendation.
Thank you very much. Let me observe you here. Thank you so much for your presentation. Let me, on this note, put you up with the chairman for observations and comments on the paper while you take note of them. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, sir.
Clifford Aquamelon. I'm sorry for the pronunciation. I am Dr. Moto.
You're welcome. Okay.
Thank you very much for your presentation. And I want to encourage you to say that by saying that your effort is good and your presentation is fantastic. But please, next time, stick to your abstract instead of reading all the things you are positioning. The abstract itself is sufficient for you, to actually summarize the whole paper within a short period. Let's start from the topic is okay and relevant and current. And then the name of the authors are well written, apart from the fact that the Federal Polytechnic who won Ebonyi State, after writing all the names, tried to put that on a different line, and it should not be indented. Don't italicize it. Are you with me, please?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Are you taking notes? Don't italicize the names and the topic. Just put the names in your normal font and then put the Federal Polytechnic Uwana after the names. That is that. Then using the 6th edition, your introduction is good, your keywords are okay. The abstract equally has all the indices of a good abstract, apart from one, the objective. Yeah.
Yes,
apart from the objective, please try and find a way to add the objective summarily in the abstract. Then on page, the literature review is okay. The conceptual review is good. On page 3, I can see that the The input tax allowable was redefined in the new provision, though. That quotation should not be italicized. You remove it from italics and put it normally. And then if it is 1, 2, 3, 4, you don't need to italicize them, just put them the way they are there, since you have actually cited the author, and that will assist a lot. The empirical review, very, very, very well presented and well laid out, and then the citations are good, and I must commend you for that. The theoretical review is short and good too, you know, apart from some theoretical, from a little error on number line 2 there, a task system that is, you can put that word is written together, you separate it. The methodology is good. And then the model specification is fantastic. But please, you need to explain further the model specification. You need to create a paragraph to quickly summarize what your intentions are, the details of the model specification, which I understand you put in front again. And then the test is good, using the SPSS and the regression analysis, which is fantastically presented here. You go to page 9 of the paper, you will see that based on the test you have carried out, coefficients of multiple determinations of the R-square were presented. But immediately after that, please, you need to show us the findings of the paper, the findings of your test. You must show the findings, say, give it a new title, findings, and then or findings and discussion, and specify the findings by numbering them, maybe 2, 3, or 4. And then you base your recommendation on those specific findings. An assessor that is in a hurry want to see your findings based on your hypothesis. You have tested and based on the empirical research you have carried out. So you need to bring that out quickly and then base your recommendation, which I'm sure I've seen it here, is based on those findings, or show the findings. Now, the reference based on 6th edition is good, perfectly in order, and I commend you for that. I want to quickly commend you for your effort and for a well-researched paper, you know, that you have presented that is current. This can solve some problems in Nigeria. And I'm personally happy about the conclusion and the various recommendations that you suggested there. Thank you very much for your effort.
Thank you,
Thank
Mr.
you, sir.
Clifford, all the way from Ebonyi. Thank you very much. I think now I'm supposed to take Mr. Adelabu, but the paper is not here yet, but I'll take Mr. Amuche Agbobita. Mr. Peter, please unmute yourself and go ahead with your presentation. Mr. Peter, please. Please go ahead with your presentation. Mr. Peter, kindly unmute yourself and go ahead with your presentation. Go ahead, please. We're having difficulties hearing you. Possibly you have a low bandwidth. You can off your video and talk to us. That will give you enough bandwidth to play with. You might need to do that. We're having difficulty getting Mr. Peter. Let me take Zion Ungoka. Please unmute yourself and make your presentation. Unmute yourself and make your presentation, please. Mr. Zion.
I'm not sure Zion is the one making that presentation. That problem is presented by Anthony.
This kind of community, as long as it is.
Hello.
All those properties. Peradventure, some people may have interest in it.
You can unmute yourself again, sir, and make your presentation.
Beyond that, is going to.
Hello.
Go ahead, sir. Go ahead and make your presentation, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. The title of my paper is Dividend Policy Performance and the Performance of Selected Nigerian Quoted Firms. All protocols duly observed. Two of us wrote the paper. The main outlines are introduction, review of literature, methodology, result and analysis, conclusions, and recommendations. The likely thing that motivated us to actually write this paper was, one, if you observe, there is a constant erratic trend of dividend payout ratio and performance. And then we want to actually find out what actually influences dividend policy and performance. And lastly, whether companies with more or less liquid stock pay dividend frequently, and then whether they pay higher amount. Basically, there are two objectives. One is to examine the trend of dividend policy and performance. We want to see whether the dividend payout and the performance of companies, whether they move in the same direction or in opposite direction. The other objective is to explore the effect of dividend policy on firm performance. We want to see when organizations are performing, what is the effect of a dividend policy? Basically, there are two techniques of data analysis that we adopted. One, descriptive statistical techniques. That one was used to achieve objective one. And the other one is pooled ordinary least square method. That was used to achieve objective two. It's a pity that I have not been able to share my slide. Otherwise, I have a table here that shows the trend of dividend payout.
If you have the slide on your device, you can share it. I have enabled you.
I will try within the time frame. If it is possible, I will share it. If it is not possible,
you can go ahead and share your slide now. I have enabled you to share your slide now.
Thank you very much. I will try. If it is possible from this end, I will try. But let me continue, please. Now, from this table, the table has row and column. The rows are the number of years. It was 2009 to 2018. And the columns are average dividend payout and then percentage change in average dividend payout. The other column is average return on assets and percentage change in return on assets. We use return on assets to measure performance. We have the figures there. After that, that was transformed into a graph. We have the graph, one line showing the performance of the companies and the other one showing the dividend payout of those companies. Those we actually see whether the performance and dividend payout move in the same direction or not. After that, we use that one to discover that the higher the performance of a company, the higher the dividend that the company pays out. The other one, we use correlation matrix of the variable to actually determine the effect of dividend payment on performance of companies. Two tests were carried out, Osmond test and random fees effect test. We use the Osmond test to actually determine the static panel model estimator to use. On the table, we have three static model estimator. We have pooled ordinary least square, fees effect model, and random effect model. The test indicated that the best method to use in analyzing the data
is pooled ordinary list scale. The findings are, it was discovered that dividend payments increased from 2009 to 2010, and this increment is relative by 20%, while performance reduced by 180%. The reduction in performance of Nigerian listed companies during the period could be as a result of a high cost of production. You know, when price of fuel is high, it will translate to high cost of production. And this high cost of production will have effect on the performance of the company. And the lower the performance, the lower the return on assets of companies. Dividend payment reduced from 2010 again to 2011 by 25%. Again, it increased again by 11.1% from 2011 to 2012. Figure 1 shows that there is direct relationship between the two variables, and this conforms.
It appears there's another device where you are that is interfering with the signal. There are two devices interfering with each other. That's why we're having that echo. You can please assist us to have only one device that will transmit from your end, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I've done that. Can I continue?
Go ahead, please, sir.
Thank you very much. The results showed that both variables fluctuated over 2009 to 2018. The sharp drop in both variables could be as a result of insecurity, which adversely affected business operations in Nigeria. I want to conclude by saying, to reduce the agency problem, Nigeria institutions, concentrated stockholders, and even government should invest in the shares of listed firms. Management should also endeavor to pay dividends on a regular basis. The sort of dividend and performance shows that there is positive relationship between dividend payment and performance. This can be shown on the pooled ordinary list care table presented. The recommendations now: 1, frequent review of dividend policy by the management of the companies so as to attract more investors. Don't forget that as an investor, we want returns on our investment. And if organizations can pay dividend regularly, this will encourage investors to put in more investment. Several policies that will encourage other stakeholders in stock participation should be put in place by the organizations. You know, some people, they want capital appreciation. They don't want cash dividend. Therefore, it only depends on the policy of the company before we know the type of stakeholders that will be encouraged to invest in their company. Lastly, the last recommendation: investors should put into consideration the liquidity status of stocks of companies and their previous dividend payment profile while investing in the shares of the companies. I want to thank you for listening. God bless you.
You can unmute yourself, sir, and go ahead. You can, I don't know whether you are through with the presentation.
Thank you very much. I was discussing my recommendations before the network went off. One, that frequent review of different policy management of the company so as to attract more investors. Several policies that will encourage other stakeholders in such participation to be put in place by the organizations. And lastly, investors should put into consideration the liquidity status of stocks of companies and their previous dividend payment profile while investing in the shares of the company. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Let me quickly allow the chairman to make observations and comments on the paper. You can unmute yourself while you respond to any issues or any clarity that will be made.
Yeah, good morning, sir. Just 1 second.
Okay, thank you. Morning.
Yes, sir, well done, sir. I want to from the beginning. Yes. Good morning. Thank you very much for your presentation. My name is Dr. Omotosho Oluyemi Jr. Dividend policy and performance of selected Nigerian quoted firms. I must confess that this is a very good topic, very current. And your presentation is excellent, sir.
Kindly unmute yourself, sir. Kindly unmute yourself so that whenever there's need to ask questions for clarity, you can actually take that, sir.
Thank you.
Are you with us, sir?
Yes.
Sir, I want to start from the abstract.
Okay.
We are using the poster says the 6th edition of the APA, which we have used extensively. The abstract is perfect, is good. It contains all the elements we require in a good abstract. The only thing is that it shouldn't be italicized. The italics should be removed. It follows all the other rules, but just remove the italics and centralize the word abstract, sir. That is one. Two, the introduction is good and very good, and your presentation is fantastic, sir. I want to go to the literature review, which is in order and well arranged. But let us look at the theoretical review. The theoretical review says dividend relevance, agency theory, signaling hypothesis, the clientele theory, and the theories that are related to dividend policy. Very relevant theories, but none is explained. You need to explain one, sir. Tell us the theory and show how it is relevant to the study, and then the significance of the theory to the study. Those are the two things that is, you don't need to tell us to write out all the theories. There are about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, or 7 that are there based on, extensive research. But you may just pick one and explain it and tell us the theory, explain it a bit, tell us the relevance of the theory to the study and the significance of the theory. The empirical review is perfectly done, and I'm not surprised about that because I know the basic elements we want are there. The methodology too is fantastic, even though the statistical analysis overwhelmed the theoretical. It is a very good paper in terms of a presentation like that. But people who are not as knowledgeable as you, sir, they find it difficult. Once you bamboozle them with a lot of statistics, they may become confused. I've seen that all the statistical analyses are relevant. In fact, in your presentation, you have explained all of them based on the study. It is good. The only problem I have is if you go to either page 2 or page 3 of your paper, where you specify the research objectives and the objectives of the paper, you didn't conclusively put the findings which will actually show how relevant those research questions and the objectives are. The independent findings based on your test is supposed to be brought out, particularly after the analysis of the statistical techniques. Please, sir, you need to bring out the independent findings to buttress whether you have achieved what you come out to achieve in terms of objectives, and whether you have answered all the questions you posed under your research questions. That need to be added in maybe 2 or 3 or 4 lines specifying the specific objectives. Apart from that, a paper of this magnitude that is so empirically well presented, maybe you just put a line in terms of contribution to knowledge, and I want to ask you that, sir. What is the contribution to knowledge here, sir?
Basically, it depends on the area you are looking at. One, the contribution to knowledge is that companies, listed companies, will be able to know whether investors are still interested in investing in their company or not. Not only that, this will add to the literatures available to lecturers to give information to their students on dividend policy and performance of organizations.
Thank you very much.
Of financial.
That's the second one I'm expecting, and it is well placed. Please, you may just add 1 line to it in the paper as contribution to knowledge. And I want to ask you, I hope if your fellow presenter, Tawakalitu Yetunde Adelabu, is conversant with the details of this statistical analysis, because it is so beautiful and it's a very good effort from you, sir. And I hope, I want to thank you for finding time to grace our conference and for even mentoring people who are below you. I thank you very much. The reference is up to date and standard and relevant to the 6th edition of the APA. I think after this conference, we may move to the 7th edition. The 7th edition has some areas that are different from the 6th edition. This paper, based on the 6th edition of the APA, is in order and perfectly well presented. Thank you very much, sir, for your contribution.
Thank you very much, the Deputy Director Administration of the Federal Polytechnic. When the chairman was asking whether the co-author knows much about the statistics, I was actually smiling from within. Yes. When the presenter was saying the paper is authored by 2 people, but the dynamics of marriage is saying 1 + 1 is 1. It's as if we're having a single author paper. That's the line.
Thank you very much.
That's the line. Thank you very much for your participation.
Thank you. God bless you.
This conference is actually indeed significant. We had an acting rector presented yesterday. We have a deputy rector presented today. These are academic. They are professing their academic prowess. We appreciate that. Thank you. We look forward to seeing you at subsequent conferences. Thank you.
God bless you.
Let me take Mr.
Bye-bye.
Mr. Gani Buhari. Mr. Gani Buhari, kindly unmute yourself and make your presentation. Mr. Gani Buhari, please unmute yourself and make your presentation.
See what I'm going Second for any, Ele. Papa.
Mr. Gani Buhari, please unmute yourself and make your presentation, please. Mr. Gani Buhari, please unmute yourself and make your presentation. What is this? Mr. Buhari, please. I have requested that you unmute yourself. Kindly do that and make your presentation. Go ahead, please, and make your presentation.
Okay. Everybody, I hope you can hear my voice.
Go ahead, please.
Okay. Yes. The title of my paper is a capacity building for library professionals, a tool for effective service delivery in the wake of a COVID-19 pandemic. The paper is a co-author by Buhari, GI, Ajayi, SA, and Bababome, MO. I think I can share. Let me share the paper with you. If you know, it will not take too much. Okay.
In the meantime, please, sir, you have 7 minutes to help us to deal with that paper, please. You have just 7 minutes.
Okay. Yes.
Thank you.
The paper establishes 3 compelling situations for information professional to embrace capacity building. Basically, this has to do with the emerging role and responsibility of a library in the 21st century informational services, the impact of ICT, which turn library and informational service space to a digital environment, as well as the effect of COVID-19, which altered the way our library provides services and how professionals built up capacity to improve service delivery. The paper went on to establish the paradigm shift in library services due to COVID-19, which basically has to do with the provision of online services, the need to train staff on how best to use the online facility, and then the literature reading to equip librarians with the processes and development in various aspects of the information profession. Then we also try as much as possible.
Please, I may need to end your slide sharing because I'm not seeing the slide. You can go ahead and talk to the paper so that we'll have we enjoy you more. Kindly talk to your paper, please.
But you can hear me anyway. Yes.
Go ahead.
The paper establishes the traditional role of library in capacity building. Then we also went on to establish the meaning of capacity building. Then the statement of the problem, which has to do with the development nations, adequate attention on training and the training, which pay off during the COVID-19 pandemic, compared with the experience in Nigerian library, where we have a poor capacity building, which affected human resources. This is the basic need for the research. We are able to establish 4 basic objectives, which is to identify the forms of capacity building, to illustrate the need for capacity building, and to explain the factors facilitating capacity building, as well as to identify challenges in capacity building. The method used in carrying out this research is through literature review. And on the basis of this, we use the research objective to conduct literature review. And then we also, on the basis of this, we come to the conclusion that despite the benefits inherent in capacity building, training plans like mentorship, in-house training, technical training are not fully introduced in the academic library due to poor funding and poor motivation. We also concluded that capacity building has challenged librarians to develop additional library and information professional skills and competencies to work in the new environment orchestrated by COVID-19 pandemic. We also concluded that challenges associated with capacity building are mentorship for succession by library managers and young librarians who can adapt in the changing environment of the profession. We now recommend that funds should be made available for the purpose of professional training and the training library staff, as well as to motivate staff. Then for purpose of professional knowledge and experience, mentorship program is recommended in our library.
Thank you very much, Mr. Buhari. Permit me to stop you here. The papers have well been digested. We appreciate your presentation. Let me allow the chairman to make comments and observations on the presentation and the paper.
Thank you very much.
You might take note of all what you will be observing, note it down for possible correction of the paper.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Alhaji Buhari, for your effort and for your presentation. My name is Dr.
Thank you.
Moto Junior. Your topic is capacity building for library professionals.
Yes, sir.
A tool for effective service delivery in the wake of the COVID-19 pandemic. Well, the topic is okay. There's no problem, and it's co-authored. No wahala about that. Let's go to your abstract. The abstract doesn't contain the ingredients of a good abstract. You started by saying to achieve this objective, review of relevant literature was carried out. You don't need to tell us that. What we want in an average good abstract is to state in summary the purpose of the paper or the study, or the objective, and then the methodology you use to gather your data, and possibly what you find out, which you specify here briefly. If you test any hypothesis, you specify it. That is not relevant to this paper because it's not empirical. It's a theoretical paper. So you tell us the core of the paper, the objective or the purpose, the methodology of gathering your paper, of your data, and then your findings, maybe one or two, and tell us one or two of your recommendations. That is all under the abstract. The background is okay. The keywords are good. I've gone through the background of the paper in comparison with your topic. It is okay. Then you went further to say statement of problem. We don't say statement of problem. We say statement of the problem. Statement of the problem. The word "the" should be added after all. Are you with me, sir? Statement of
yes, sir. Yes, I'm with
problem.
you.
Statement of the problem.
Yeah, try to be specific.
Under the statement of the problem here, you did not tell us exactly your statement of the problem. The statement of the problem has to do with your topic. You have to tell us the specific area you want to concentrate on under your topic that is a little bit wide, capacity building for library professionals, and so on and so forth. It is under this statement of the problem you will explain to your reader the specific area of that study you want to embark on. And that should not take you more than 2 paragraphs or one paragraph or 2. You specifically tell us exactly what you want to do. That is not explicit in this statement of the problem. So, sir, I'm advising that you look at it again and reframe it or rework it. Then under the objectives of the study, there is a typographical error there. Between objectives and of, you separate those words. Then you said the specific objectives are stated below. Don't use that. Say the specific objectives are so.
Thank you.
The specific objectives are to put a colon. When you put that colon after to, you will avoid the use of to under the objectives 1, 2, 3, 4. So it becomes the specific objectives are to colon identify. Start with capital I. 2, X-ray. Are you with me, sir?
Yes, I'm with
Explain.
you.
Are you with me?
I'm with you.
Finally, identify the challenges to capacity. You need to remove all those to. The first to captured all. And I'm happy about the presentation under forms of capacity in academic libraries in the wake of COVID-19. That's served as the empirical aspect of the paper, which is well laid out and well presented. Let us go to, the paper is not paged. You need to page it, sir. Try to page, okay, I've seen the pages now. So go to page 7, sorry, it's page. That's not what I want to mention. I want to say that the findings are not paged. The pages are there. So go to page 7, sir.
Okay.
Since you have statement of the problem and you have objectives of this study, are you with me? You need to bring out your specific findings. Bring out your specific findings as a subhead, and then you will now base your recommendations on those specific findings. Are you with me, sir?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Good. And those your recommendations and findings will have captured what you intend to achieve in the course of researching into these problems. Then under the recommendations are relevant to your study and to what you have presented. I thank you for that. But you don't need to number recommendations. You can number your findings 1, 2, 3, 4. Don't number recommendations. Recommendations could be in paragraph. So you change this numbering to paragraph. Are you with me, sir?
Yes, I'm with you.
So finally, I want to commend you for a good reference style. The reference is perfect, it's good, it follows the APA style, and there is no problem with it at all. And then your effort and contribution to knowledge is commendable. Thank you very much for a good presentation.
Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Thank you very much.
Yes. We hope to see you at the next edition of our conference.
Thank you very much. We'll always be part of it by the grace of God. We appreciate
let me call on Mr. Amuche Agupita. Mr. Amuche, please kindly unmute yourself. Mr. Amuche, please unmute yourself and let's have your presentation in 7 minutes. Mr. Amuche, please. Please unmute yourself, please. Mr. Ago, please unmute yourself and make your presentation. I had this difficulty with the other time. Kindly, please get yourself unmuted and let's have your presentation. If you cannot have it, please, can we have Mrs. Happiness, please? Mrs. Happiness.
Yes,
Mrs.
please.
Happiness, can you please unmute yourself? Go ahead, please, ma'am. Go ahead. Let's have your presentation in 7 minutes. Go ahead, ma'am. We are with you.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Please, I'm writing on the topic skills needed by secretaries to function effectively in post-COVID workplace in Federal Polytechnic Naked Owerri and Imo State Polytechnic Umago, all in Imo State, Nigeria. Presented by Anthony Happiness and Zion Ngoka-Chizaman. Introduction. COVID-19 is a potentially severe primary respiratory illness caused by coronavirus and the virus.
Madam, please, you have muted yourself. I have requested you unmute again. Kindly unmute and
I didn't do that.
go ahead with your presentation. I have asked you to unmute. Kindly do that, please.
I've done that, sir.
Go ahead, please.
This brought about the lexicon of new normal, social distancing, work from home, which from the researchers' observation has come to stay. And that suggests a total change of carrying out activities in the workplace, and that of the secretarial functions are not left out. Therefore, skill acquisition, especially on ICT, is the currency of the post-COVID workplace. In response to this change, the secretary, who is the lifewire of an organization, should equip himself with the necessary skills in order to function effectively in post-COVID workplace. This he does by learning and relearning of new skills, since it is obvious that failure to acquire the relevant skills will lead to general obstruction in organization activities and damage the company reputation and general loss of revenue. Therefore, it became imperative to study the skills needed by secretary to function effectively in post-COVID workplace. Statements of the problem. The functions of secretaries as an indispensable element in achieving organizational goals have drastically become more complex due to the effects of COVID-19 pandemic. As a matter of fact, the workplace is likely to change forever, and with it, the secretarial skills. To cope with the new trends of complex and approaches to work, the secretary require resilience and the acquisition of more skills. Unfortunately, secretaries do not possess the basic skills needed to perform optimally in today's technology. Therefore, to determine the problem of the study is therefore to determine the skills needed by secretaries to function effectively in post-COVID workplace. Purpose of the study. The purpose of the study is to examine the skills needed by secretaries to function effectively.
Madam, please, can you, excuse me, please, can you restrict us to the methods you use? The methods you use, and let us know your findings, the contribution of this paper to the existing body of knowledge vis-a-vis your recommendations. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Yes, sir. The method of a descriptive survey was used. This descriptive survey was adopted for the study, and Federal Polytechnic Nekede and the Imo State Polytechnic Umago were this area of study. The population for the study comprises 87 secretaries, spanning across the two polytechnics, which included principal confidential secretaries and other secretaries. There was no sampling technique because the population was manageable. Research questions were answered using mean ratings and the standard deviations. In analyzing the data, 3.50 to 4.40 were regarded as very high extent, 2.50 to 3.49 as high extent, 1.50 to 2.49 as low extent, and 0.50 to 1.49 as very low extent. A 35-item structured questionnaire was used to gather data for the study. 15 items were used to find out the hard skills needed, while 20 items were used to find out the soft skills needed by secretaries. Crunchback alpha reliability technique was used to ascertain the internal consistency of the questionnaire items, and the computation yielded reliability coefficient of 0.77. Questionnaire was structured on a 4-point rating scale with response categories as very high extent, very low extent, and others. Discussion of findings. From the findings presented, there was a table I used in the main work, but from the findings on that table, it presented that hard and soft skills are needed by secretaries to function effectively in post-COVID workplace. Based on the findings also, the paper concluded that soft and hard skills are needed by secretaries to function effectively, and secretaries should acquire these skills as it relates their profession or career. Because if the absence of any of the skills can hamper the performance of the secretaries in a workplace, it is therefore recommended that polytechnics should provide enabling environment for secretaries to acquire the skills needed to function effectively. And secretaries should also endeavor to possess requisite hard and soft skills needed to function effectively in post-COVID workplace. My contribution to learning is that secretaries should try as much as possible to acquire this, because we are now in a post-COVID era, and the new normal, as I earlier stated, has come to stay. That is a time of
thank you very much. Thank you, ma'am, for the presentation. Let me, on this note, allow the chairman to make comments on your presentation, please. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Anthony Ipe. You're welcome. Thank you for a good presentation. I'm just looking at your topic, and I was smiling here that it's like in the course of trying to follow the APA method of writing topic, you adhere strictly to the number of words. When I counted the number of words in your topic, there's only 23. And that's the minimum. That's the maximum you can do. Otherwise, I wanted to change the topic, but I observed that if I change it, possibly added a case study to exceed 23. So the topic is in order, and I commend you for following that standard.
Thank you.
The abstract is good. Please centralize the word abstract.
Yes, sir.
And there should be that first word capital. and remove the interlinks, in the abstract.
Yes, sir.
Essential good abstract in your paper and in the abstract, and I think you did a good job there. It's okay. The keywords are skills, secretaries, post-COVID workplace. That is not sufficient. At least maybe 4 or 5 will be okay. The introduction is good, relevant to the topic. And then the statement of the problem is where I have problem. And then what you are trying to do here, if you look at the second to the last line on page 4, are you with me?
Yes, sir.
Starting from, unfortunately, secretaries do not possess the basic skills needed to perform optimally in today's technology-driven post-COVID workplace. The problem of the study is therefore to determine the skills needed. This is very, very technically wrong. When you talk of statement of the problem, we are not talking of the problem that you are likely to face in the course of this research or the problem that the organization or your case study area is facing in terms of those polytechnics that you mentioned. We are talking of the specific problem you want to solve based on your topic. So we are not talking of challenges, which is synonymous to what we have done here, bringing out the problem space. No, that can be done through your literature review, and then in your recommendation, something can come up. But understatement of the problem, we expect you to bring out the specific area you want to concentrate on, the specific problem you want to solve based on that general problem. And so, since I've not read your paper, for 2-3 days, I can, but let me give you an example. If you are writing on the effect of motivation on productivity, you may not be able to write everything you know about motivation in a 14-page paper. You may not even be able to write everything you know about productivity in a 14-page paper. But your statement of the problem can bring out the area you want to concentrate on. And you may say, this paper focuses, this paper is about so. It specifically focuses on the effect of possibly, maybe you not say the effect of, salary, which is a motivating factor on performance. And you may say the effect of regular salary payment on, maybe profitability of the organization. You have used regular salary payment as motivation, and you have used, profitability as a determinant of productivity. So that is one aspect of element of productivity. The other is one aspect of motivation. So under statement of the problem, I expect you to bring out a situation. You said skills needed by secretaries to function effectively in post-COVID work. So maybe you will specify the type of skill you want to spend or explain in this paper and the effect on the polytechnic community. That will be a good statement of the problem. The statement of the problem is not dealing with the problems you face. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Apart from that, your purpose and objective is good. In fact, I was talking to a colleague here and trying to find out what you are trying to achieve on page 6. Research questions are specified. The item statements are there, and I can see the way you position your errors and standard deviation and the remarks are there. Very, very good. I feel what you have done is okay, but again, you could do this in a chart form too. You can do it in a chart form that will be more explicit to your readers. It takes me some time to decode exactly what you are doing, which is correct. What you are doing is correct. Then the findings are good and very okay, and your references are very good. You only need to take note of your, findings based on your objective, which is you should place under purpose in your opening paragraph where you specify that. I want to commend you for a good effort, and I want you to take note of those areas and correct it so that to add value to the paper. Thank you very much for presenting this good paper, which is relevant to the current problem in our society.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate
Thank you,
God
Mark.
bless
Thank you for the presentation
God
all
bless
the
you,
way
sir.
from Imo State, Naked in Imo State. We appreciate your participation. Thank you. God bless you. Let me take Mr. Montajo. I'll take Mr. Montajo's presentation now. Mr. Montajo will be presenting to us from Glasgow in Scotland. Mr. Montajo, you can unmute yourself and let's have your presentation, please.
Thank you. I was expecting a warning that my paper will be coming up in about 2-3 minutes. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity. I am really delighted to be here. So I'll just jump straight away into it. If you please pardon me, I would like to share my presentation, please.
Go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you very much.
You can have your slide now. We are able to have your slide, please.
Thank you. Just a minute, please. Right. So thank you very much. I am happy to be here, and I've listened to very many presentations, and I'm really impressed by the the character of papers, if I can say that have been presented. May God bless our presenter. So my topic is I am making a presentation. I have no paper yet. This is an ongoing research, and I am just sharing my preliminary findings with people here as part of the learning curve for me as a researcher who is learning to be a better researcher. So this is again, I want to stress that this is part of an ongoing research. So I have only preliminary findings, but I think some of them would be, and I really appreciate comment from both the chairman and other listeners so that I can go ahead. I mean, I can make this a more robust research. So I'm looking at Okrika, epistemology and banditry. So Okrika is the common name for secondhand clothing, and we're trying to, from the ongoing research, there's a connection between importation of secondhand clothing and banditry, not explicitly, shown, but at least there is some insinuation, some nuances that this is a reality. So the study, is part of the research objective that I've carved out for this presentation is to uncover that secondhand clothing items take, a route to Nigeria. And to do that, I have chosen to go the line of phenomenological inquiry to make sense. Sense making is such methodology adopted in consumer research where we try to capture the lived experiences of the people rather than just asking them to answer yes or no, to give figures as they do in quantitative studies. And I'm not condemning quantitative studies. I'm just saying that we go a bit further, if I can say, we go far further to understand the reasons why those answers are yes or no. So sense making is part of what we do in consumer research, where we try to learn from the lived experiences, what the consumers actually go through on a daily basis, so that we can capture, a holistic knowledge of what their consumption experiences are. And we can then learn from that to if you see an advert that you like on TV, it was because we have listened to something you said somewhere, and we have just used that in the new advert. Now, the method was semi-structured. So I conducted interviews, and we had very deep conversations with consumers who buy secondhand clothing in Nigeria. And the information they gave were analyzed, and we were picking themes from what they said that looked alike, and then we made sense from those information. So straight to the real problem now. So in the UK here, where, of course, we know about climate change, we know about the sustainable clothing and so on and so forth, so I won't bother us with that. But I want to stress that from the beginning of extraction of cotton, for example, to make a pair of jeans, to the day the jeans becomes useless, it is contributing to the environment in very, very many dangerous ways. So, for example, you have extraction, as you can see up here. This is emission, shopping, then they end up in the bin. You can see a heap of clothing here. Then, of course, in a place like this, where this is the bigger problem for them to handle, there is the encouragement that people, instead of throwing your clothes in the bin, you can donate them to charity. And that's a very good thing, I must say. But unfortunately, there is a whole lot of donation happening here, such that the charities themselves cannot cope with the volume of donation they get. So they have to do something about it. So what we know is that when you donate your clothing to charity, you are recycling it, you are partaking in the circular economy, you are saving the environment. That's a myth. The fact is that donation is not, saving the environment. It is part of a supply chain. And you would know, I know myself, I used to buy secondhand clothing in Nigeria, and you would know if you have ever bought secondhand clothing that it is not saving the environment. You know what to do with the secondhand clothing. I don't want to go into that today. But the secondhand clothing trade is fed by the donations that people do in the developed countries like UK, the US, and Australia. So that is the major problem here. The things that were donated to save the environment ending up somewhere else where nobody knows what's happening to it. I want to stress again, as you can see on my screen here, the secondhand clothing trade is attractive because there are over 4 billion consumers in the global south, in places like India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Nigeria, all of Africa and all that. So that is the lesson from this slide. It is not saving the environment as we see. It is a business, endeavor, and there's a huge. The population of the world is about 9 billion, maybe in the next 25 years, and there's 4 billion consumers. You can imagine how big that market is. So that is the fact from this slide so far. Now, the fact that that less than 30% of what is donated in the UK is used in the UK points us to another problem, so when we say clothing is being reused or recycled, this is done externally. So it's like pushing the burden of managing the clothing waste to other people in other parts of the world in the name of saving the environment and reuse. So mind you, over 70% of what is donated here is used elsewhere, in India, in Pakistan, in Nigeria, and elsewhere that you know. Now, so this is the problem that we went to the field with, and I'm going to talk next about the data that I have that speak to this problem, especially in Nigeria. So some of the people we spoke with, gave us very insightful, stories. For example, somebody told me that. So this is from a seller of secondhand clothing. He said he was talking about how he crossed the border to Nigeria with the clothing and all that. He mentioned that he stopped using the particular border because of the level of security that's available in that place. So he has to go through another border. He says, once I cross the border into Nigeria, border is very simple to cross. Once you just cross border into Nigeria, then there'll be problems. You begin and what's the problem? We all know they do all these things, they have the security and all that. And I want to stress here, he mentioned that they have police, they have the army, they have the custom, they have the immigration. So all Nigerian military parastatals, all security apparatus at the border, yet everything is about settlement. So those of us who know about the Tokunbo vehicle trade, we know how much of this is settlement. But this is not something we thought about clothing. We thought clothing was saving the environment, but you can see here that this is also a case of settlement. And I'm sure the chairman would connect this to corruption, but this is the fact here. The drivers will charge you and then you will settle them. Now, settlement is the key word here. Settlement, settling. I have deeper data from a couple of other sellers and some other consumers as well who have tried to buy from the Benin Republic Cotonou market. It says here that so we drive through another route because that route is more, security, intensive. So they drive to another route. What we do is we reach when we reach that corner, we go by boat. So they stop going by the road, they go by boat. And when they come by boat, in about an hour, they are in Lagos, they are in Mile 2. But the point again here is that there's a custom on the sea, but they don't disturb you really. That's what he said. The problem is money. If you settle, you go, and they are usually settled by the boat driver. Again, the sellers pay them, and then they pay the security apparatus of Nigeria, and then things come in. Now, that is the key challenge in the findings here. Things come in porously. I mean, you will imagine if somebody bringing a load of, loads of cars. Cars have many compartments where you can keep many harmful things. But what about clothing? We never thought this was happening with clothing until we had this, this research. And the interim findings in the ongoing research I mentioned are really, really disturbing. First and foremost is that items take alternative pathways to the market. So we think that clothes are imported through, I used to think things are clothing are imported through the airports. I used to believe that, so I buy them. But now I know that they don't even come through the airport. They don't come through the airport. They come by ship, of course. Ship emit a lot of carbon monoxide. So if you say you are saving the environment by donating, you are always releasing a lot of carbon monoxide. So what's the point? But then they come through alternative route, like the sea you saw in the informant I spoke with earlier on. Now, so these porous borders presuppose that free arms can also come in. That's the challenge here now, that when these things are coming in and nobody is checking them, we can also bring in, ammunitions. And if you worry about the level of banditry in Nigeria, we worry about the level of corruption, level of kidnapping and all those gun crimes in Nigeria, then maybe this is another important thing you are missing, that gun can easily come in through a pocket of a jacket, and then it goes into Nigeria, and you never know. And then, of course, another preliminary finding is that, so these marketplace encounters, they become more complicated, and they become tensed. There's tension from all these encounters. And when tensions happen in consumption experiences, they lead to unintended consequences. So so far, this is where we stand with the data, and these are the findings we are really thinking about in this part of the research, that clothing importation to Nigeria may be susceptible to, crime. That when you think of buying a cheap, good quality clothing, like most of my informants told me, it is cheap, it is good quality. When you think of doing that, you also maybe in a way supporting crime and banditry. That is not an insinuation we are making, but that is the fact we got from existing data that we have from the research. Thank you very much. That is how far I will be going now. Thank you very much for listening. As I said earlier on, I'll be happy to take comments and suggestions. Thank you very much.
I think, Mr. Motaju, thank you for the presentation. It's actually nice we could hear from you and see you again. It's been a while. Mr. Motaju, let me briefly introduce him. He's one of us.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
He was the secretary of this committee before he traveled abroad. And he's now our United Kingdom liaison officer of the committee. That is Mr. Motaju from Scotland. Unfortunately, I don't know how he knows that it will be so glad that we chair this session while he was actually slated for this morning's technical session. Let me leave you with the chairman who happens to be your guy to actually flow for some minutes while we'll take next person. I think the next person we'll take after Mr. Motaju will be Mr. Agbo Peter. Mr. Agbo, please kindly help us to work on how you can unmute yourself when the time is right, so that we can have your presentation. Then after that, we'll take Mrs. Beatrice Ojokuku. They should prepare in that order. Mr. Motaju, you are on with the chairman, please.
Well, thank you very much for a very good presentation. I think this is a unique dimension to paper presentation in this virtual conference. I commend your efforts and your thinking faculty for going to this level of thinking of the epistemology, and then you are talking here about the knowledge of banditry and the nexus between banditry and the importation, if you like, of the okrika materials. Let me create a history that will interest you. Okrika has been here with us for many years, since the First Republic. That Awolowo even lost election in Port Harcourt, the South Zone, because he said he will ban okrika. And that is their major source of income. They almost threw stone to him before he left that rally, from what I read. So for you to bring it up in these days of terrible banditry in the environment like Africa and sub-Saharan Africa, particularly Nigeria, I commend your effort. I concluded, based on your analysis here, that there is a direct relationship between, banditry and this kind of okrika materials in terms of clothes, particularly. And as a matter of fact, in the climate where you find yourself, their intention is to do away with second-hand materials that are no more relevant, and they want to do away with it. But unfortunately, some of them, some Nigerians or some Africans go there, or some of them too there, since they have seen the market in Africa, directly export it to us. And when it gets here, it becomes a big deal. And again, I observe that because our borders are porous, we don't even bother to check so many things. And so the idea of bringing weapons through them is very, very common, because an average custom officer or a checkpoint officer in any of our borders will say, it's just a second-hand clothes, let it go. And that is dangerous. And that is what, can actually encourage and empower the bandits, to bring in weapons, and then to even make money, because after removing their weapons from it, they sell the product, and then they have more financial capacity to do their terrible work. And as I talk to you today, banditry is a major problem in Nigeria. And I confess to you, the major problem our intelligence officers, our security agents, and government is there to find solutions to is what is the source of funding these bandits. And what you are bringing out as an academic may be a major source that we actually enlighten security agents and Nigerians about the effect of these second-hand materials on our economy and how it encourages and empowers bandits to actually carry out their terrible activities in Nigeria. There is no day in the past 2 years that you not hear of one bandit or the other in Nigeria. In fact, they now collaborate with people like Boko Haram to the extent that they were threatening our president, our capital, some days ago. And so I honestly commend you. I put here, does it mean that what your suggestion or your analysis or your comments should be on this is recycle these items from where they are brought, turn it to something else that is profitable and useful to humanity, instead of actually exporting it to countries where criminals are using it as a bait to actually disturb the economy and disturb the citizens.
Thank you, sir.
So
if I can quickly comment, sir.
And won't government actually study what we are saying as the nexus between bandits and okrika and take a decision on whether to accept it or not? And I think the best would have been to ban it, so that all these kind of useless weapons coming through that place, sub weapons and sophisticated weapons, will be stopped. And I need to emphasize that the need for our security agents to be diligent and know what they are doing and be enlightened about the effect of these things, on the society is important. What am I trying to say? You make a brisk business by collecting bribe, or you said I will call it corruption. Actually, those child practices are corruption. And then you make the money. But the Yoruba proverb says, "Ẹni tó jù kò sọ́jà," doesn't even know who is going to hit. So you may have take this okrika, the second-hand materials. At the end of the day, it was used to carry in weapons, and you didn't bother about it because they bribed you. And in the course of the bandits using it, you may be a victim, and your relatives may be a victim. A friend of yours may be a victim. Citizens will be victims. And these activities directly is affecting our economy today to the extent that you will just not know how money is circulating within the economy, and you don't know the source. So I think we should look at that by—
Thank you, sir. Can I quickly comment, sir?
Sorry, on this enlightenment campaign,
sir?
Yeah, to actually see that there is a nexus. And I think that is what we are bringing to board. Thank you.
Yes, sir. You raised them two important issues, sir. And I want to say that banning second-hand clothing it's not going to solve a lot of problems, sir. First thing is that there's a lot of economic benefit, a lot of dependence on second-hand clothing. So it will be a question. There's another paper in the last, in 2015, Mr. Areo, I'm sure you know Areo from Kwara. He wrote a paper that second-hand clothing is a mainstay of Nigerian economy. So we're not suggesting that they should ban it. I don't want it banned because I ban. But in the countries where they come from, the government is talking about, recycling them. That's a circular economy. So I want to announce finally that I am happy if anybody on this call now is willing to collaborate on this research with data from Nigeria. It is a welcome development. If there's somebody or people on this call now who are willing to collaborate on this research, I will gladly I'll be happy if they can contact the committee. I will be happy to. Thank you very much for having me. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, Samotaju. I think you were talking about a ban on second-hand clothing. From what I know, if I may contribute, is that there's already a ban on second-hand clothing. That's why they cannot enter freely into the country. There's a ban, there's an existing ban on second-hand clothing. That's why they cannot come in freely through the ports into the country. They're
only coming in because of the porous border.
They are only coming in through smuggling. They are being smuggled into the country. There's a ban by the government on second-hand clothing. Thank you, Mr. Mosajo. For all of us who are here, if we have anybody that wants to collaborate on that research, you can let us have your comments in the chat box, please. Let me take Mr. Peter. Mr. Peter Amuche, please kindly unmute yourself and make your presentation, Mr. Peter.
Please, that's my way.
Mr. Peter, go ahead, please. You have yourself unmuted. Kindly go ahead and present.
I'm wearing the thermostat.
Mr. Peter, we have a few, please. Mr. Agbo, Peter, please, we are with you. We are with you. Mr. Peter, I think we are still having difficulty getting you. Please let us take Mrs. Beatrice Ojokuku. Mrs. Ojokuku, please unmute yourself and let's have your presentation in 7 minutes. After Ms. Ojokuku, I think we have Mr. Daranijo Lukman. We have him after Mrs. Ojokuku. Mrs. Ojokuku, please unmute yourself and make your presentation.
Yes.
Generate report from database by
we are having difficulties with your background. I think that there's a teeny noise in the background. Please, you can find a place or make that place quiet so that we can.
Thank you very much. I'm set. Can you hear me?
Go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. The title of my.
We have 7 minutes, please. We have 7 minutes. Kindly talk to your people. Let us know
Noted.
your objectives, your methodology, your findings and recommendations, please.
All right. The title of my presentation is Library Management in Post-COVID Environment in 2 University Libraries in Makurdi, North Central Nigeria. The paper is co-authored by Beatrice Ojokuku, Joy Ashibi Idachaba, and Shadi Odunla Babatunde. And my introduction: university libraries, as it's been known, makes provision for information provision for its community for reading, learning, and research. And the libraries selects, processes, disseminates information to its community. Not until the disruption of the library activities by COVID-19 in Wuhan in China that brought about the closure of so many organizations, the libraries inclusive. So as a result of the outbreak of COVID-19, the libraries were forced to shut down and all the activities were grounded because of the illnesses that was caused by this pandemic, which started to spread to other parts of the world. And by January 2020, it has covered a lot of places, a lot of continents in the world. And during this period, there was a restriction of movements, both in organizations, in the libraries and academic environments inclusive. And the physical contact to the libraries were closed. People did not have opportunity to visit the library. So there was total lockdown and information dissemination was brought to an abrupt stop. So as a result of this, the libraries and librarians, as well as the library management, had to devise other means of ensuring that their services are rendered to their users. So this was being done until the COVID era was over. So as soon as the spread of
kindly skip to your methodology, please. Skip to your methodology. Let us know your findings, the contribution of this study to the extent body of knowledge, and we'll have your recommendations, please. Let's keep to your findings.
All right.
Methodology findings, recommendations.
The study adopted descriptive survey research, and the areas of study are Francis Suleimanu Idachaba Library, Joseph Sawana Takona in University in Makurdi, and Benue State University Library, both in Makurdi. The population of the study consists of 171 professional and non-professional librarians in the two universities under study. So a total of 171 copies of questionnaire was distributed, while 147 copies were retrieved and analyzed. Okay, the result of the findings identified some items as a post-COVID guideline practices that should be put in place so that libraries' activities could continue. And these guidelines include conducting risk assessments. This has to do with checking the areas of need where actions need to be put in place. Another guideline was preparing signages that promote physical distancing and other guidelines for the containment of the spread. According to adoption of the use of virtual library was another guideline. Virtual library system was put in place. Then library staff were also needed to be trained. We find out that there was need for training of library staff to make sure that the spread was stopped. Disinfecting of books meant for circulation and installation of protective screen on library books were among the guidelines that we got from the research of the study. So signages such as use the sanitizer, wash your hands, use the nose mask and all that. Then assessments were also needed. The problems of the post-COVID library that we got from the result of the findings were the ignorance of some librarians on the magnitude of the effect of COVID-19. You know, some of them did not believe that this thing was real. Then even some of the library users were ignorant of the spread, and we do not have insufficient health workers in medical centers in the institutions under study. Then poor budgetary allocation to academic libraries was another problem that we find out from the study. Then there was no dedicated personnel in the libraries visited to monitor the staff and the users' level of compliance to the guidelines. People need to be put to check so that they will know what to do and what not to do. So with conclusion.
Thank you for your presentation. Thank you. I've since requested that you tell us your recommendations, but from here we are racing against time. Let us let me allow the chairman to make observations and comments on your presentation.
Thank you.
While you make jottings of in case of a possible correction. Chairman, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ojokuku, Mrs. Ojokuku, for this presentation, the good effort, and this current library management in post-COVID environment in two university libraries in Makurdi, North Central Nigeria. I want you to look at the topic again. When I look at the guidelines, you are particular about guidelines, and guidelines are specified there. You are thinking of how can we our library is ready, really, for this COVID thing in terms of obeying the guidelines and what can you put in place to do that. So the library management in post-COVID environment, possibly a study of the two schools you want to use will suffice here, and that will make it specific from the beginning. Library management in post-COVID environment. A study of those two institutions you mentioned on page 10. That is about that. When you look at page 2 of your paper, the abstract is there, and you use double line spacing. The 6th edition, which we advertised for this conference, emphasizes, single line spacing, and the interleave to be removed. You italicize all the words in the abstract. Remove the interleave, make it single line spacing, and centralize the word abstract. Then the introduction is good and well presented, relevant to the topic. The research questions are equally very relevant, and the literature review is deep enough. I commend you for that. The methodology is clearly stated, and that's why the way we present the topic comes in based on the type of methodology you are using here now. You need to put those two universities or two libraries into, focus properly. And I think that is what you did under table 1. You have the names of the library, which is true, and then the population of the respondents in those areas. I have no problem with the research questions and the answer posted, by the respondents. They are in order. Then after doing that, you need to bring out, if you look at page, I like the constructs. The constructs are in order on page 10, where you have the strongly agree, disagree, strongly disagree, and then your decisions are there. And I think it is based on that you bring out your conclusion and your findings. You try to make this paper empirical from the beginning, but you suddenly change and make it a theoretical paper. Well, fine and good. The recommendations are good. If you want to make it empirical, all you need to do, and I think the empirical work is better than the theoretical. Are you with me, ma?
Yes, sir.
So I think the empirical is better than the theoretical. All you need to do is add the objectives as a subhead, add the statement of the problem, and then elaborate on the methodology you use, because already the data are presented there, and explain them and put your findings. Once you put your findings based on all those analyses, you are good to go. And then it will be better. Now you cannot base your recommendations on those findings, which is not clearly out here. But apart from that, I think the paper is good. You add this to your recommendation, and if you want to make it empirical, you note all those areas I mentioned, and it will be a very good empirical paper. And don't go out of the two libraries. There are sufficient, you have sufficient data to actually prove your findings. And then I look at your reference. Reference, again, you didn't follow the APA 6th edition. After, look at reference number 1, Atayiro A 2020. I think this is, I want to talk about the second, third line. You make them single line spacing in the 6th edition. If it's the 7th edition, what you have done here is right, but we are using the 6th edition. And so please comply with the 6th edition of the APA in this your reference. I know you know it because you are using the 7th edition method. Go and use the 6th edition. And that will help so that it's consistent. I want to thank you for your effort and for your presentation, and then extend our greetings to your co-writers. Good effort, good presentation. Thank you
very much, sir.
Thank you, Mrs. Ojofuku, for that wonderful presentation. We hope to see you at subsequent editions of our conferences. Let me, on this note, call on Mr. Adaranijo. Mr. Adaranijo, we'll take him now. And after Mr. Adaranijo, please, I'll take Mr. Jimo AA from Fountain University, Oshogbo. After that, I'll take Mr. Abiose Academy from Yaba College of Technology. I'll take those people in those orders. Mr. Danijo, kindly unmute yourself and let's have your presentation, please. While Mr. Jimo AA from Fountain and Mr. Abiose Academy should be prepared in that order, please. Mr. Danijo, we're ready to have you, please.
Good morning, Chairman. I would like to start on the existing protocol. The title of my paper is New Age in the Insurance Industry, Exploring the Prospects and Challenges of Information Technology Deployment in Insurance Operation in Nigeria. Businesses all over the world continuously seek to improve the efficiency of their operations in order to achieve higher profitability. Information systems and technology are some of the most important tools available to managers of insurance industry for achieving higher levels of efficiency and productivity in business operation, especially when coupled with changes in business practices and management behavior. There's no doubt that the emergence of ICT has permeated every aspect of human endeavor and thus open a new chapter for the management of human and material resources all over the world. ICT has become one of the most driving strategies of the 21st century and has created certain terrain for business advancement and success. This study explored the golden age of insurance deployment in Nigeria with a view to highlighting the prospects and challenges of ICT utilization. The study is theoretical and utilized mainly secondary data.
So I think it's better if we have the visuals of our presenters too, so that those streaming on YouTube can have an idea of those who are presenting. I love what other presenters have done. Mr. Danijo, please, if you could share us your video too, we appreciate it, sir.
I don't know what you're not seeing.
You can go ahead, please, sir.
I don't know why. Can you see me now?
No, I cannot see you. We can see. Yeah, we are here to see you. You have not shared your video. You're supposed to share your video so that we can have you. You can click on start video, then we'll see you. Try to click on start video. There's an icon for it. We can see you now. Go ahead, please, sir.
The study is theoretical and utilized mainly secondary data sourced from various publications and database of both registered insurance companies and insurance-based journals outlets. The data were analyzed using content analytical approach. It was established that the significant increase in ICT scale, focus, and connectivity has heightened the awareness of ICT potentials and its deployment in insurance operation. More particularly, ICT facilitates increased service capacity, specialization, speed, and quality of service delivery. The challenges of ICT deployment in insurance operation, however, include security, financial, and regulatory challenges. Insurance firms, therefore, need to commit more resources to ICT utilization to better improve their performance in Nigeria. The study concludes that ICT can significantly impact the insurance industry by improving the operation and development of range of services to customers through creation of multi-channel communication between the company and customers, and by actualizing effective organization and efficient management of customer information. It was established that the significant increase in ICT scale, focus, and connectivity has also heightened the awareness of ICT potentials
in the industry. Therefore, there is need to commit more resources to the ICT utilization to better improve the performance in Nigeria. ICT generally has positively impacted the underwriting capacity of insurance company and increased the marketability of the product, both in life and non-life policy. And this has increased the penetration of the insurance market in Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Adanijo. Let me hand over to the chairman to make comments and observations on your presentation. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Adanijo, my chairman. Very good effort and good presentation as usual. I'm always in love with your paper presentation. Your abstract is in line with the APA method. Please centralize the abstract, the word abstract. Just centralize it.
You can ask me.
The word abstract, centralize it. And it should be written the way it is written there. The introduction is very relevant to the topic. I'm in love with the topic, New Age in Insurance Industry, exploring the prospects and challenges of information technology deployment in insurance operation in Nigeria. Anything without ICT now is meaningless. And the insurance company, the insurance organization need it more than the other. First, your paper is not paged. So try to assist us to page it. You have to put the pages. Are you with me? You didn't page the one I have here.
Yes, sir.
I don't know whether the one you have is paged.
It is side paged. We have the
this one is not paged, but even if your own is paged, please, just a reminder. This one is not paged.
Noted, sir.
So I can't refer to
Noted,
pages.
sir.
I'm on I want to go straight to methodology now. I don't know the page, but I will get it again now. I will open it. So please help us know the page. I observed that under methodology, you are specifically dealing with the data analysis using content analytical approach. That is very key to this paper. And it is good you note it there. And that covers everything from that place to the impact of digitalization on the insurance companies' operation. That is okay. And then the statistics on the next page to that are good. Type of insurance, the product development, marketing, and the rest of it. You told us this is a theoretical paper, and these are extracts from your theoretical approaches, which is okay. I don't have any problem with all those. The only area I want to bring to your notice, I'm sure you forgot this, is look at the conclusion. The conclusion is conclusion, very fine conclusion. I didn't see any recommendation at all. Please help us add one or two recommendations based on the analysis, the content analysis, and then all the review you have done on this paper. The one or two recommendations will help the industry and help readers. That's the only area. Now, as to your reference, in fact, it is very good. It is just that I don't know reference number 2. Number 2, Adegbemi Onakoya. Is that one name or a compound name before the initials? The second reference. Are you with me, sir?
Yes, sir. Noted, sir.
Yes, Adegbemi Onakoya. Is that a single name, surname?
Noted, sir. Noted, sir.
Okay, you got what I'm saying. Minus that, the reference is very, very good from as far as the 6th edition of the APA is concerned. But again, you look at the reference, you didn't give, and this is typographical again, you didn't give the double line spacing necessary between one reference and the other. But the rest are good. You've seen that, sir?
Noted, sir.
Thank you very much. Apart from all that, I think it's a very good theoretical paper that I wish you work more on it and turn it to a journal paper. Thank you very much for this presentation.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Adebayo, for the wonderful presentation. Let me quickly take Mr. Abiose Academy from Yaba College of Technology. Okay, Mr. Adebayo, I think there's a contributor who has who wants to ask a question. Dr. Madu, you can unmute yourself and go ahead and ask the question and answer you. No, unmute yourself. Go ahead. It's not going.
Maybe you come here.
Maybe you can come here and ask your question.
Mr. Manager, congratulations on your successful presentation. I must say it is a good one and we enjoyed it here. But my question is, in Nigeria today,
Are you there?
Dr. Madu, please go ahead.
all right, sir. So I was saying that in Nigeria today, we understand the place of inflation, okay? The inflation has grown up to about over 18%, as we are made to understand by the National Bureau of Statistics. So my question is, are there still motivating factors for customers to actually buy into insurance policies, given the unprecedented level of inflation in the country? That's my question, sir.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very.
I think the question is well taken.
Yes. Thank you very much, sir. In insurance product, there are products that are linked with the trend of inflation. There are insurance products that can be designed purposely to combat the effect of inflation. We have a product index link product that relates to inflation as inflation is rising, so that it will not make nonsense of the returns or the sum insured on the insured at the end of the day. So there's no fear at whatever rate the inflation is going, the insurance company can design a product to combat the effect of inflation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dadijo. Let me take Mr. Abiose Academy, please. Mr. Abiose Academy, kindly unmute yourself. Let's have a presentation.
You can talk now.
I think I can. After that, I'll take Mr. Adil Rahman to present. After this, Mr. Adil Rahman should be ready to make presentation on this papers.
Okay. Good morning, members of this committee.
Sorry, please, I think we've lost our audio. If you can hear me, madam, we lost your audio. I can see here your bandwidth is low. We've lost your audio.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
But I think we lost your audio. Let me quickly take Mr. Let me take Mr. Yemi Sulaiman. Mr. Yemi Sulaiman, kindly unmute yourself. Let's have you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Can you hear me?
Please, share your video and let's have your presentation, please.
Okay, good afternoon.
Academy, we lost your audio. We have lost your audio from here. Okay, sorry. I think we have your audio back. You can, Mr. Academy, you can unmute yourself and let us have you back, please.
Adam is the host.
Okay, I think it's the host.
Go ahead, please.
The other person. Okay, am I going ahead, Academy?
Yes, please. You have 7 minutes to make this presentation, please. You have 7 minutes.
All right. The paper is titled Deploying Email for Information Service Delivery Among Secretaries in Yaba College of Technology. In every organization, secretarial function is germane, as we know that most offices cannot function well without without the secretary. Can you hear me?
Go ahead, please.
A secretary is an office professional, an indispensable expert, a one personality, an endless helper whose major function is to assist the boss. Generally, a good secretary is a skilled personnel who coordinates the day-to-day activities of the office. The secretary is the custodian of information in every organization. Thus, the noble work of the secretary is very important. The secretary is mainly in charge of the office work and the information that are domiciled in the organization. Now, it is important we look at office information. Information service in the office has to do with the range of activities. The activities that facilitate the provision of information to satisfy all encompassing information needs in the office. According to Organ and Doshaw in 2018, office information service is fundamentally the manner in which information experts execute the information in any organization. And office manager, as secretaries are called today, is the main expert in the office that renders office information activities. The provision of accurate and timely information satisfies the information needs.
Madam, please, you have less than 3 minutes more. Kindly tell us your methodology, tell us your findings and recommendations.
Okay. The method design was used. The design for the study is survey research. The population comprised 132 secretaries in Yaba College of Technology, out of which 68 were sampled. The instrument that was used for data collection is questionnaire. And the data that were collected were analyzed using frequency distribution, mean, and standard deviation. The hypotheses were tested using correlation analysis and regression analysis. The findings of the study revealed that there is positive, significant relationship between secretary's ability to deploy email services and information delivery service. This simply implies that increasing secretary's competence in email usage facilitates service delivery in every organization. Thus, it is recommended, among others, that secretaries need to acquire more competencies in information service delivery so as to facilitate email use and information service delivery in organizations. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Ma. Please kindly hold on while you take a comment from the chairman and effect corrections where necessary, Ma. Thank you. The chairman.
Academy. Good morning, Mrs. Academy. Abi? Mrs. Abiose E. Academy. Thank you for your presentation and for your effort on this paper. Please, from the first page, look at the topic: deploying email for monitoring, for information. For and information, you separate it. That's the first thing there. Apart from that, other things there are well written out. Look at the abstract. The position of the abstract is correct, the word abstract, but the abstract itself, remove the interlinks. You remove the interlinks. You italicize all the wordings in the abstract, remove the interlinks. The 6th edition doesn't accept putting the abstract in italics, so don't italicize it. The interlinks meet all the conditions necessary for a good abstract. My name is Dr. Omotosho OF Jr. I need to introduce myself to you because I finished from Yaba Tech and I was president of that school. I was the president of the student union in 84-85. And the one and the only former president and existing president that left a big amount of money in the purse of the student union when I was leaving. You know, I was given an award because of that during the era of Mr. G.M. Okufi. So I'm interested in your paper. And since you are there, you are improving that school. So that is on page 1. Your keywords are okay. The only thing I need to emphasize, write email, E with hyphen. You do it, make sure it's consistent throughout your paper. You can equally write email without hyphen. There's no problem, but just be consistent. The literature review is perfect, but this your paper, I need to go to the last page. I observed that you brought out on page 5, from page under your methodology, you brought out some data from page 4 to page, yes, and results, yes, to page.
Madam, you can unmute yourself.
Good. Are you with us now, Mrs. academy. Good. So like I was saying, you move to page 9 and decide to test some hypotheses. Well tested, well written. What I want to say is you did not lay the foundation for those data you presented from page 4 to page 8 and the hypothesis you are testing from page 9. The foundation was not laid, and this is a fundamental omission.
Madam Ahadame, you can unmute yourself. Kindly unmute yourself, please.
She's not.
There's a pop-up on your screen. Yes, go ahead.
Okay. So I was trying to say that from where you started putting your data on page 4 to page 8 and on page 9 where you brought out the hypothesis, there was a fundamental omission. You didn't lay the foundation for that from the beginning. For a paper that is empirical, I expect you to put the objectives, state them clearly, know that, state the statement of the problem, and then again specify the hypothesis you want to test. It is very important in research writing that once you write hypotheses, you must test them. You started putting out data and testing hypotheses without telling us from the beginning. So please know that and put all those so that the paper is complete. But I must confess that the data are relevant, the hypotheses are well tested, and the conclusions are good. Again, on page, once you do that, and you lay the foundation for testing those hypotheses, then you must bring out the findings of the hypotheses you have tested. And it is on those findings you base your recommendations. On page 10, you didn't even put the word reference. You just started writing the references. Put the reference and it should go to a new page.
Okay, sir.
You know, don't manage paper. Put the reference on a new page. And I think you follow the APA 6th edition perfectly okay. And then your recommendations too. It's always good for recommendations not to be numbered. Number your findings or paragraph your recommendations. Is that taking on?
Number the findings.
That is all I have for you on this paper. Thanks for your presentation and for your efforts.
Thank you. Thank you from Yaba College of Technology. Thank you.
Sir.
We look forward to having you at subsequent editions of our conference. Thank you. Let me take Mr. Jimo AA. Mr. Jimo AA is from Fountain University, Department of Oshobo, Department of Finance. Mr. Jimo, please unmute yourself and let's have your presentation in 7 minutes, please. Mr. Jimo, kindly unmute yourself, please. Mr. Jimo, I'm still waiting for you to get yourself unmuted and let's have your presentation. If you're having difficulties connecting him, can we have Mr. Rilwan Nakazali Usman? Please unmute yourself. Let's have your presentation, Mr. Rilwan. Mr. Rilwan, kindly unmute yourself, please. Let's have your presentation. Mr. Rilwan, please unmute yourself. I think we lost him. We did not. Mr. Rilwan, please unmute yourself.
Oh, 200. I think 1 plus. The GPT is how many?
Good morning, sir.
Can I pay?
Okay, Mr. Liasu, please
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, make your presentation. Go ahead.
My presentation is about good morning, sir. It's about aftermath of COVID-19 pandemic.
Please, Mr. Liasu, there's a terrible noise from your background. You can excuse yourself or you excuse the noise from that venue so that we can clearly have your presentation. That place is highly noisy. Please.
All right, sir.
You can please work on that. Work on that, please. Let me have whether I can take Mr. Rilwan again. Mr. Rilwan, please, if you can unmute yourself, let's have you, please. Mr. Rilwan, please unmute yourself. Let's have you, please. Let's think this. Let's think this. Adiribibi, that things. If Mr. Adiribibi, kindly unmute yourself. Let's have your presentation, Mr. Adiribibi. Unmute yourself. Let's have your presentation. Go ahead.
Good afternoon.
Share your video, please. Let's have your presentation. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm here to present on impact of coronavirus pandemic on standard of tertiary education in Nigeria. So as a preface, I will start with concept of education. So concept of education is the process of reconstruction, experience to give it more socialized value by Salau 2006. Also the act of receiving and disseminating knowledge. That is from Odia 2007. So let me go to what do we mean by tertiary education. So tertiary education is what is otherwise called secondary education. This is the technical know-how and skills acquired by people in either university, polytechnics, college of education, and other training institutes such as technical colleges, school of nursing, college of agriculture. The stage at which learners choose their future career. So in a nutshell, tertiary education leads to specialization. So what do we mean by coronavirus pandemic? Coronavirus disease, otherwise referred as COVID-19, is a disease caused by severe acute respiratory coronavirus. It's a disease which started in China and can spread like wildfire. So let me go straight to the statement of the problem. Number one of the statement of the problem is that Nigeria is almost filled with tertiary institutions, but not every graduate can practice their profession. Secondly, Nigeria was one of the countries plagued by COVID-19 pandemic, which led to a long period of closure when nothing was seen to be happening on school campuses. Thirdly, immediately schools reopened, most of the tertiary institutions were seen to have devoted more than 90% of their attention to income generation at the expense of quality training. And lastly, in the year 2020, when the pandemic started, Nigeria government instituted some control measures. Let me now move to the objectives of the study. The first objective of the study is to appraise the various control measures instituted by Nigeria government to curb the spread of coronavirus disease. Secondly, to assess the impact of COVID-19 pandemic on quality of tertiary education in Nigeria. And lastly, to evaluate the effect of tertiary education on social and economic development in Nigeria. So let me move to the methodology. The population of the study is all universities, polytechnics, college of education, and other private and public tertiary institutions in Nigeria. My sample size is 2 federal universities, 2 polytechnics, and 2 colleges of education. The sampling technique used is purposive sampling because the data has already been existed. Then the method of data collection is survey method, use structured questionnaire. Then the method of analysis is descriptive. As an example of the statistics is frequency distribution, percentage, and weighted average score. So at the end, the result of the studies are number one, objective. The measures that worked in the COVID-19 era is emergency center created, the physical and social distancing, the nose covering, hand washing, forceful use of face masks, restricted access to markets, while the presidential task force set up was not seen to have performed well. Vaccination was not seen to be well embraced, but because most people run away from the vaccinated injection. The second objective is that the pandemic was seen to have affected our academic calendar, budget implementation, amount of manpower provided, amount of research, work undertaken by academic staff, amount of practical work, and student performance. And lastly, of the results is that tertiary education in Nigeria was seen to be contributing positively to production of goods and services, and dissemination of entrepreneurship and technological breakthrough, but negatively to unemployment. The poverty and the social crime rate increases. Budget implementation and social mobility is nowhere to be found. So my conclusion is that one may conclude that quickly the quality of tertiary education in Nigeria has diminished as a result of COVID-19 pandemic. That if the situation should be allowed to persist, the dream of Nigerian government that everybody that passed through tertiary institution will be able to practice our profession well may not come to reality. And my contribution, the recommendation is that number one, there is need for more enlightenment campaign to educate Nigerians on the various measures put in place by government to curb the spread of COVID-19 pandemic. Secondly, government agency in charge of COVID-19 should be strengthened. Thirdly, tertiary institutions should be directed to normalize academic calendar. And lastly, more of the teaching and learning equipment should be provided by government. And the contribution to knowledge is that the study will be an additional literature to review by future researchers. It also assists the government agency in charge of COVID-19 pandemic that will find the recommendation future policy on the pandemic.
Thank you so very much for
and
your
lastly,
presentation.
the government
Thank you.
agency. Lastly, let me land it. Lastly, the government agency
okay.
in
Thank
charge
you so very
of
much.
tertiary
Thank you. Your time.
The study
Thank you very much. Your time is up, sir.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Your presentation is well taken, and you have been able to run through for all the way from your title to your statement of the problem, methodology, and your conclusions, recommendations, and all that. So we so much appreciate you. Thank you very much. This juncture, I wish to hand you over to the chairman of the technical section to make his remarks. Thank you, the chairman, sir.
Thank you very much. My name is Dr. Moto Joel Jr. Let's start the paper from the first page. The title of the paper, the impact of coronavirus pandemic on quality of tertiary education in Nigeria. The body of your paper is talking specifically about learning, and the title is saying tertiary education in Nigeria. Please differentiate between that and possibly put the impact of coronavirus pandemic on the quality of learning in Nigeria. Or you understand? I don't know whether you get what I'm trying to put forward.
I got it, sir.
Good. Then the arrangement of the name. The word doctor should be removed from Pajimi James Akilolu. Remove the word doctor. We don't add that. Department of Accountancy. And arrange your paper. Arrange the names in a don't do it disjointedly like this. Arrange it, let it follow each other. Serially. Properly.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Don't put one here, one on the other side. The abstract is okay. Yeah. Then you remove the abstract totally from italics. Remove the italics on the abstract.
Okay, sir.
And centralize the word.
Okay, sir.
Put the abstract in the center.
Okay, sir.
And the way it is written there, first word capital.
Okay.
If you go to page 3, statement of problem, you'll be reading statement of the problem. Yes.
Okay, sir.
I've explained that to some people today again. And your statement of the problem here, I've read it and I've observed that you are busy bringing out the problems page. No, that is not statement of the problem. Statement of the problem must be relevant to your topic. It is a specific area from your topic you want to tackle, the specific problem you want to solve, not the problems you encounter. Am I communicating, please? So it is not because you are busy telling us about problems that may be encountered. No, it is the area you want to specifically research into as far as this topic is concerned. So once you bring out that area, you tell us this research focuses specifically on so and so. You can explain it a little. Objectives of the study were written out. Specific objectives are not were. So then the empirical review, under the empirical review, page 6, scholars such as Subar, Okotoni, that ampersand you use there should be changed to AND, and you don't use ampersand in the text, in the text, you use ampersand in your reference. So change the word ampersand to and. Is noted?
Noted, sir.
Then on page 8, where you are dealing with theoretical review, you have mentioned the theory, you have elaborated on it. Tell us briefly the relevance of the theory to your work, the relevance of the theory, and possibly the significance, just in a paragraph.
Okay.
I don't have problem. There's no, all those analyses you did up to page 11 are good. Appraisal of the workplace of the mayor put in place by Nigerian government to curb the spread of coronavirus pandemic. You have taken the appraisals one by one, and I don't know the source of your, data. Please specify the source, and if the source is explicit in the data form, put it in the data form. If it's not in the data form, you can leave it the way it is.
Okay.
Then the appraisals are well laid out, and then all the appraisals are well laid out, and then the analyses are clear, and then the conclusion is okay. And then your recommendation, change it to word recommendations. And the findings will be numbered 1, 2, 3, 4. Number the findings. Then paragraph the recommendations. And remove the numbering.
Okay.
Yeah. Then your reference, as good as your reference is, your reference should start from the fresh page. Fresh page. And then we are using the 6th edition of the APA. And because of that, your reference does not conform. Look at reference number 1, Adeboye Joti 2003. Everything there is right, including the ones you put in italics. But once you are moving to a second and third line in a particular reference under the 6th edition, the first and second line should be single line spacing. Not double line spacing as you did there. But your reference between the first reference and the second reference should be double line spacing. But if the reference, the single reference is going to 2, 3 lines, the subsequent lines to carry single line spacing. Please correct that and conform with the 6th edition of the APA, which was advertised for this conference, so that your paper will be consistent. Those are the corrections I have for you. I thank you for your effort. And I thank your co-presenter for a very good effort. Thank you very much.
Thank you, my doctor.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Yemi. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes, we have online Mr. Ruan Usman. Mr. Ruan Usman. You can unmute yourself now and make your presentation. Mr. Ruan Usman, you will actually unmute yourself and make your presentation. Mr. Ruan Usman is of the Department of Public Administration, Federal Polytechnic, Kao Mobuda in Zamfara State. You are to present on a topic enhancing students' key competencies for sustainable development in Nigerian technical, vocational education, and training institutions. So the time is now. You have 7 minutes to do justice to this paper. Thank you.
Okay, sir. Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Very well, sir. Go on. Very well.
Yeah. Good afternoon, sir. I and my colleague, Rilwan Usman, would like to present this paper in this conference. My name is Muhammad Abdullahi from the Department of Public Administration, Federal Polytechnic, Kaurano-Moda. The title of our paper is Enhancing Student Key Competencies for Sustainable Development in Nigerian Technical Vocational Education and Training. In the context of achieving Sustainable Development Goal, SDGs, it is important for technical vocational education and training to explore its own reforms to meet increasing demand for green skills and serve and promote sustainable development of the social economy. The significant role of technical vocational education training institution in Nigeria is to empower students with technical knowledge and professional skills to more importantly is to develop student competencies for sustainable development. The aim of this study is to find out those factors that affect vocational student competencies for sustainable development in terms of teaching and learning process of technical vocational education and training. The methodology used by this paper, the study review literature and documents that are related to the study. Google Scholar is the database used to search for documents in this study. The following keywords were used to conduct the search: student, sustainable development, competency, technical vocational education, and training. Those are the keywords used in the search in Google Scholar. Title, we are read by the authors. Abstract also, and papers were screened based on the title. And if those papers, the title fit on our research, we move on the abstract. Then, if this paper is also related to our study, then we move to read of the full paper. The full paper were reviewed by the authors, screened and included if they are related to the study. That is student key competencies for sustainable development in technical vocational education. The main findings identify the factors that affect the learner's competencies to deal with sustainability, teaching concept, deviating from talent and training goals for sustainable development. Current institutional methods and content do not promote student competencies for sustainable development. The absence of comprehensive assessment also is, those are the findings made by the study. Recommendation, we offered recommendation for teachers enhancement to enhance the competencies of teachers, that is instructional competencies, hands-on competencies, competencies to plan, competencies to act in concrete domain, and competencies to analyze and reflect the teaching and learning process. Those competencies were recommended based on our search, use the Google Scholar. Then if this recommendation and adhere to, at least we are going to achieve the main purpose of establishing technical vocational education by promoting skilled students who can be employable and also be self-employed. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Rilwan. Thank you, Mr. Rilwan, for the presentation. I think we've had you. Let me hand over to the chairman to give a technical observation and comment on your presentation, and we'll actually end it there.
Thank you very much, Mr. Muhammad Abdullahi. This is a paper that is co-written with Ruwan Nakazale Osman.
I think it's Mr. Rilwan.
You are Mr. Rilwan. Good. My name is Dr. Motojo S. Junel. The topic is enhancing student key competencies for sustainable development in Nigeria technical. That technical, you put a stroke after technical, stroke vocational education and training institution. There should be no full stop after institution. Vocational education and training institution. That's the topic. Remove the full stop. Yes, and then let it, and that will follow immediately with your names. The abstract is well presented. I think the word abstract, please centralize it. Centralize the word abstract. The ingredients of a good abstract are contained in what you have done. The keywords are okay. The introduction is okay. And then the first thing is that you did not page the paper. Please page it from the first, you page it later from the first page to the last page. And then there is no need for you to number. Introduction as number 1. Remove all those numbering. Number 2, education. Number 3, methodology. Remove all the number. Number 5, result. Remove number 6, recommend. Remove all those numbers. Leave the subhead as they are. Then, so the content of the paper itself, education for sustainable development. After your introduction, you try to do a little bit of literature, but you didn't specify it. I think from page, what will be taken as page 2 now, education for sustainable development. That is where your literature review starts. Please title it as literature review and then comments like that. Then competencies will be part of it, and the literature review will end in that place. Under your methodology, which you number as number 4, can you see it, sir? Under methodology, good. Under methodology, everything you state there are contrary to methodology. Let me read. The study review literature and documents. You know, that is what will have come under your literature review. Google Scholar is the database used to search for documents. Well, you may include that, but take that to your literature review. The following keywords are used to conduct the research. These keywords may be taken as concepts. You know, that is not methodology. Methodology is the strategy you use to collect your data for analysis. So please rework methodology and transfer the other areas to literature review while you write a fresh methodology that will contain how you gather your data, the method you use in gathering the data, and where you got the data. Then you move straight to results. Results, I don't know, because you have not told us exactly what you did or find out before you start putting results. So you create another subhead where you put the details based on maybe you tested something, maybe you conducted interview, and then it is based on those things that you now have the results you put on under number 5. Then if you do that, I'm taking this paper to be a theoretical paper, and then you are at liberty to go straight to your conclusion and then just oppose that with your findings. Maybe you put findings for discussion, and then before you move to recommendations. Are you with me, sir? After number 5, result, tell us, you know, your findings and discussion, and then before you now move to your recommendations. And then the conclusion I've seen, but you need to just oppose that with what I just mentioned. Then your reference, take the reference page. The reference will be on the fresh page. Fresh page. You take the reference to a fresh page. Don't manage paper, sir. Fresh page. Then I think the references are well laid out according to the APA method, 6th edition. With that, sir, I commend you for a good effort and a well-presented paper. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ridwan. Kindly take note of all those observations and comments while we'll look forward to your correction and the possible return of the paper for publication in the 1st edition of our international journal, which will be published online. Thank you. God bless you. No, I want to take this Jimo as in here. Mr. Jimo, kindly omit yourself. Let's try to have your paper. Mr. Jimo from Fonte University of Osogbo, please, kindly, yes, we can actually have you now.
Good morning, sir.
Mr. Jimo, go ahead, please. Kindly share us your video, please. Kindly share your video as well.
Well, I'm so sorry. I'm having issue with my video. It's my webcam rather.
Go ahead and make your presentation. Go ahead and make your presentation. You have 7 minutes. You have 7 minutes.
Yes, I'm trying to share my screen, sir.
They do. They do. She started. No, he's sharing the slide.
Is there sharing his slide?
Yes, sir. Sorry. Mr. Jimo, please, you also have done all this. Can you please let us jettison the slide and talk to your people in 7 minutes, please? You also have opened all the slides and share for us to make presentation. Kindly talk to your people in the next 5 minutes, please.
All right, sir.
Go ahead, please. Go ahead, talk to your people and make your presentation.
Good afternoon to you, sir. I'm Mr. Jimo Ayubaduwale. The paper is on the impact of private investments.
Tajima, please, we are having a disturbing noise from your background, and it is impeding on the reception of our network. Please, kindly assist us to work on that, please. You can go ahead with your presentation, please. Mr. Jimon, why would we wait for you to resolve that issue? Let me take Mr. Aliasu. Mr. Aliasu, please unmute yourself and make your presentation, please.
Hello?
Mr. Aliasu, go ahead, unmute yourself and make your presentation, Mr. Aliasu.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, please go ahead, please.
My presentation is on aftermath of COVID-19 pandemic, a paradigm shift in business environment of selected small businesses in Oshobo. We took about 150 samples to study and came out with conclusion using variables of wages and salaries, loan and credit, loan credit. So let me go through my. Can I share my PowerPoint with you?
Go ahead, just make your presentation, please. Go ahead, make your presentation. Just go
Okay.
ahead, make your presentation.
My fellow authors are Mr. Kadri Mumini and Mr. Oladejo Ayobami Adebayo and Mr. Awe Adebayo Oluwa Damilare. So we took 150 samples using four variables which include wages. Sorry. Let me start from the outside. The paper examines recovery approach by SMEs, which is small and medium scale enterprises that are referring to as SMEs. Consequently, in the wake of COVID-19 pandemic of selected small businesses in Oshobo metropolis, the population for the study comprises of small businesses within the study area. Purposive sampling technique was adopted to select 150 samples of study. Data were sourced primarily through the administration of questionnaires on the respondents. Both descriptive and inferential techniques were employed to analyze the data collected for the study. The study found out that the recovery approach adopted has a positive and significant impact on small businesses survival. The paper therefore recommends, among others, that funds be made available to SMEs as the growth and survival of many businesses is tied to finance. We all know that, and also it was further recommended that effective policies be put in place to bring about lasting solutions to the variety of problems problems facing SMEs. So we have our study objective here is one, to determine the extent to which digital transformational technology have assisted SMEs to the wake of COVID-19 to determine how the impact of conditional and cash growth has sustained operation of small businesses, to determine the extent to which SMEs have access to loans and credit. And our model specification, we use multiple linear regression models to determine the extent to which all these variables or the survival of the SMEs depends on these independent variables. And our independent variables, as I earlier stated, are wages, subsidies, digital transformation strategy, cash grants, and loan credit. In my paper, the model that we use is there, the formula for what survival of the business, how it will relate to the constant, the equation anyway, everything and the coefficient, how all these variables will help be whatever. Sorry. Okay. Let me go further. Anyway, from our results, since I cannot share the PowerPoint, I'll just explain. From our results, we realize that wages and cash grants, and which other transformational technology have significant and positive influence on survival of the SMEs, unlike the loan and credit or the loan credit variable, because due to maybe repayment time or repayment capability of the small businesses after taking the credit. So it didn't show so much significance. We cannot say that we accept the null hypothesis, but
Mr. Aliasu, thank you for your efforts. Let me allow the chairman to make some comments on your presentation, please. Thank you. I have to stop you there because of time. Mr. Chairman, sir.
Well, thank you very much, the presenter. My name is Dr. Moton Showes Jr. Let us start from the front, from the first page of the paper. Please centralize the word abstract. The word abstract, put it in the center, and then the italics on the abstract, you remove it. Are you with me, sir? Don't italicize the abstract. Are you with me? It's not.
That's hello.
And then you not get it. And then you. Okay, you are with me. Centralize the word abstract. Remove the whole of the abstract from italics, and then let the abstract be single line spacing. Single line spacing according to the 6th edition of the APA. Every other thing there is okay. Then good. Your introduction is okay. You need to do some typographical corrections when at your own. Maybe you give it to an English specialist to help you read. That will be all. Then on page 3, you will see you are trying to cite Mandel and Pal 2000, where Tal 2000, Sambora, etc. like that. Look, you have to remove the ampersand. Yes, like where you put Manda and Pal. That word ampersand, and you change it to AND. Are you with me?
Okay.
Are
yes,
you?
Sir.
Okay,
yes,
change that ampersand to AND, and all the authors there, you could put them, separating them with a comma until you get to the last one, and then you put the word, you put 2020. And you can't be putting the year on it because they are all the same year. So you are going to have Manda, comma, Pal, comma, Query, comma, Sambron, comma, Mosenrit, and Mosenrit. The last one will now carry and Sambora Mosenrit, AND Sambora Mosenrit. Then comma, then year 2020, and then you close the bracket. That the word ampersand I mentioned there is common in all your pages. Within the text of the paper, you don't use ampersand. Change all the ampersand within the text to AND. And except yes, except one. Are you with me?
Yes, I'm with you.
Yeah. Now, if you put anyone in brackets, you can use ampersand for it.
All right, sir.
Statement of the problem. The statement of the problem I've seen, you try in the first instance to explain all the problems. No, you have to use categorical statements here, apart from inquisitional statement. Categorical statement means that what is the area you want to really focus on your topic to research into. When you make that categorical statement, you explain it. And then the conclusion of your statement of the problem is right. It is in the light of the above problems, in the light of the above, statements that this study intends to, or this study focuses on. In the light of the above statements that this study focuses on, then you explain what you are focusing on. I think that will make the paper better. Then the study objectives. Okay. You are repeating yourself. You have given us the general objective. To present the specific objective, just say the specific objectives of this study are to. The specific objectives of this study are to. Use the word to and put a colon. Are you with me?
Yes, I'm with you, sir.
Are you with me, sir?
Yes, sir.
The specific objectives of this study are to put a colon and then one, determine, remove the to, determine the extent. Two, determine how. Three, determine the extent. Even you have used the word determine so much, you can change it. And use site, you can use examine, you can use ascertain and all. You understand?
Yes, sir.
Do you? Good. So
yes, sir.
All those determine, use, let one be determined, change the others to some other word like examine, and remove the to from it since we have used the word to above. The literature review, again, the word ampersand, again, I've told you before, you correct all that, and then you move on to, you move on to page model specification or the methodology. I'm in tune with your model specification. The interpretation is clear and to you, and then the explanation is there.
All right, sir.
Tables are okay. The number of pages of your paper is too much. Your paper should not go beyond 14 or maximum 50 pages. We're having about 24 pages there. Are you with me?
Yes, sir.
You reduce it by then. Two, you don't need to number the subhead. Like number 5 now is conclusion and recommendation. We don't need all those numbers. Where you started introduction, you put number 1, literature review, you put a number. No, don't number them. Just put the subheads the way they are. Then your recommendations, you paragraph your recommendations. Don't number them. Just put them in paragraph. Your references, again, this is where your references are good and in tune with the APSC edition. Those are the areas I've noted now, and I hope you know them too. Thank you for a good presentation and a good effort.
Thank you, Mr. Eliasu.
Thank you, sir.
We look forward to having you 20 years. Thank you
very
much. God bless your life, sir. Let me take
God bless you, sir.
Let me take Dr. Fagbon. Dr. Fagbon, kindly unmute yourself. Dr. Fagbon, kindly unmute yourself and let's have your presentation, sir. You might as well share us your video so that our viewers on YouTube can see, can have visuals. Thank you, sir. I think we cannot hear you, Dr. Fagbon. We cannot hear you.
Hello, sir.
Yes,
Hello?
we can hear you now, and we at the same time we have visuals. Go ahead, please. Go ahead and make your presentation in 7 minutes, sir. You can unmute yourself, sir, and let's have you. Kindly unmute yourself. Go ahead, sir. Go ahead, sir. She's here, Sarah. Dr. Fagbon, please unmute yourself, please. Go ahead with the presentation, sir.
Sorry. The stream is very
Yes. Honestly, it's unfortunate. Both unfortunate. You can present about 742. 710. At a jump. At a jump. We are not getting him. Dr. Fagbon, kindly unmute yourself, please. Unmute yourself and let us have you, sir. Hello? Yes, go ahead. We can hear you now. Go ahead, sir. I think your bandwidth is low. Where you are, the network is bad. We can actually locate a better place so that we'll have a good reception of your device. I will mute you now and take Mr. Jimo. Mr. Jimo, kindly go ahead and unmute yourself and make your presentation. Mr. Jimo, please. Mr. Jimo, please unmute yourself and let me have your presentation, please. Mr. Jimo. Mr. Jimo, go ahead, please. Go ahead.
Oh, thank you. So I'm Jimo.
Can you hear me now?
I'm Jimo Ibaduale, written a paper on the private investment on the microeconomic of Nigeria.
My paper is.
Hello.
Go ahead, please.
Can I go ahead, please? Thank you, sir.
Go ahead, please.
So, the impact of private investment.
Sajima, please, I'm having a participant with Infinix Note 10. Kindly, please rename that device. Let us have your name so that we'll call you by name. Kindly, please rename the device. Not you, Mr. Jima. Mr. Jima, I'm just making that announcement. The person with Infinix Note 10 should please rename that device to show his or her name, please. Mr. Jima, go ahead, please. You have 7 minutes.
Thank you, sir. So the paper is on the impact of private investment on the microeconomic performance of Nigeria, written by 3 lecturers and students, Jimo Ibaduale. The introduction part.
Yes.
The contribution of private sector to accelerating economic progress in developing nations has been acknowledged by international organizations and the European Commission. The private sector contributes in many areas, including employment, poverty reduction, food security, and tax contribution, according to International Finance Corporation. The fact that the private sector contributes more significantly to the economy than the public sector is unavoidable. The justification for this claim is not impossible because, as stated by ID in 2007, corruption appears to be lower in the best private sector than those made in public one. So as a result, the Nigerian government is taking steps to promote private sector investment in order to increase high productivity and consequently to reduce the poverty in the economy in the country. So the structural adjustment program SAP was implemented in 1986 with the aim of promoting the growth of the private sector. Private investment in Nigeria increased during the years between 1986 and 2014. Now, despite of the problem, it is well known that one of the most important objectives of growing economies like Nigeria is to achieve a high degree of macroeconomic performance. The role of private sector in bringing about economic growth has equally been noted, yet it appears that few studies in Nigeria have shown the direction of the relationship between the two variables. However, it has been discovered that a significant issue is that the government is overly focused on measures that encourage private investment rather than the factors or determinants that can accelerate or influence the private investment and economic growth consecutively. So the aim of this study is to investigate the impact of private investment on microeconomic performance of Nigeria. Literature review. According to from the empirical studies, it was revealed by Sundri and Anwar 2014. These are foreign studies. In this literature review, we try to look at foreign empirical studies and local empirical studies. So one of the foreign empirical studies we have is in Indonesia, whereby it was found that private investments have significant impact on the economic growth of Indonesia. So the findings of some authors, the likes of Hussein, Usman, they corroborated the results of the first author from Indonesia. Then the study conducted in Nigeria here, which is our local area, by Mwasi Abu and so that private investment is favorably impacted economic growth over the from my time. I would like to move to the theoretical aspect, theoretical framework of the study. We try to consider financial and rigid method theory. The reason, the approach to this study, and the reason for employing this theory is the fact that financial theory try to look at the relationship between interest rate and investment. An assumption of this theory is that the lower interest rate tends to have higher investment and carry further. So while the rigid accelerator theory was employed as it examined the relationship between investment and national. So the assumption of this rigid accelerator theory is that when there is a positive or when there is a high level of output, more people tend to invest more in private sectors. That would be the methodology adopted in this study. Only source of data was employed, and data on both dependent and independent variables. First, from what the model adopted for this study is a modified version of Jenny and 2008, and stable also, and all of 2011. So the economic model is being stable. So the two statistical tools used for this study is so the technique of estimation using regression analysis, descriptive and correlation analysis. So, presentation of data analysis now. We conducted a correlation matrix whereby the result revealed a positive relationship between domestic investing, which is one of the independent variables that is used to measure privacy. And also, the positive relationship between to private sector, which is also independent variables to measure private investments. So the regression analysis was also conducted, and we have the summary of the results here. A positive relationship domestic private sector and GDP. The findings of Hussein and Anwar corroborated the positive effect of investment in GDP.
All right, Mr. Jim, thank you very much for your presentation. The time allocated to you is up, and so I would at this moment hand you over to the chairman to make his remarks. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jimon. Your topic is impact of private investment on the macroeconomic performance of Nigeria. Fine. And it's co-authored by 1, 2, 3, 3 others. Nice one. Let's look at your abstract. Are you with me?
Yes, sir.
Hello? Look at your abstract. Good. The abstract should be single line spacing. We are using the 6th edition of the APA. We are using the 6th edition of the APA for this paper and for this conference. And under that, the rule is that the abstract should be single line spacing. You remove all the interleaves, you place them. Remove the interleaves. There should be no interleaves. Don't italicize any word in the abstract. And then make it single line spacing. The keywords are good. The introduction is all right. And then from the beginning, let me point this out. Your introduction, you say 1.0. You don't need to number. Don't number. Remove the 1.0. Number 2.0, remove the number. That's literature review. 2.1, foreign empirical review. On page 5, I see local empirical review again. Well, in your literature review, Mr. Jimon, your literature review can include conceptual review, theoretical review, and empirical review. You are at liberty to combine the three. There's no problem. But the word foreign empirical, remove foreign, please, and remove local empirical. Empirical review is empirical review. Whether it is local or international, it doesn't matter. Are you with me? And I think maybe it's an oversight. You didn't do the conceptual review. You know, you can add that, it will enrich the paper. For page 2.32, all those numbers, please remove them. 3.0 methodology. I've seen your model. Model is okay. Remove 4.0, which you classify as data analysis. And then the table again, you move the table itself to a fresh page. Understand? Remove the pages. So don't 4.0, move 4.0 entirely to a fresh page. You use regression analysis and then your conclusion and recommendation is good because you have actually done justice to the work. Your discussion and findings are relevant. and then your theoretical review. You mentioned Keynesian theory, and then Keynes focus, all that. You need to add a little paragraph specifying the relevance of the theory to your study. That is very important. The reference on page 12, you move it to a fresh page. Move the reference to a fresh page, and then the reference is in order. Then on your conclusion and recommendation, I've seen more than one recommendation there. So you separate them. Make each recommendation possibly a paragraph. That will help. Based on that, I think it's a good effort and a good presentation from you. And we commend all those co-writers who join you to put the paper in place. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you so much.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chipo. Thank you for your participation. At this moment, I want to call on Mrs. Olatunde Comfort. Mrs. Olatunde Comfort, if you can hear me. Mrs. Olatunde Comfort, if you can hear me, please, you ask to unmute yourself and
Good afternoon, sir. Please, can you hear me?
yes, we can.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Please do well to share your video so that our audience can have your video on, please.
Okay. Please, am I on now? Can you see my video
yes.
now?
Not yet, ma'am.
Not yet.
Yes, ma'am. Just click on mute video.
Okay, share your one.
Madam Comfort, your background is noisy.
Daddy, come here. Sorry.
Yes, we can see your video now. So go ahead and make your presentation.
Yeah. Our topic is challenges and prospects of digital libraries, essential competencies required for librarians in the context of Nigeria. This paper is co-authored by Onuoha, EA, Ayodele, AJ, Olatunde CO, Omole, OA, and Usman, KA. Our introduction outline. In the outline, we have introduction, digital library environment, challenges and prospects of digital libraries in Nigeria, competencies required for librarians, type of competencies, conclusion, and recommendations. In the introduction, we have developments in information and communication technology as seriously outside the way society functions at the global, local, and personal level, with the help of availability and new resources and advanced application of information and communication technology. The library is in changing of its traditional concepts rapidly, especially in relation to collection, storing, processing, and transmitting of information. The paper also discusses the digital library environment. The rapid development and information and communication technology have changed the scenario of the libraries around the world. The technological-driven innovation has transformed library traditional concepts. Gladden, in 1999, described the term digital library as an assemblage of digital computing, storage, and communications machinery together with the content and software needed to reproduce, emulate, and extend the services provided by the conventional libraries libraries based on paper and other materials, means of collecting, cataloging, finding, and disseminating information. Challenges and prospects of digital libraries in Nigeria. The challenges of digital library development in Nigeria are manifold, as digital libraries in the country are in doldrums. To start with, these challenges are quite multidimensional, as most of these libraries are where available operate in an atmosphere of dwindling financial, human, and technical materials resources. The situation has seriously affected the efficiency and effectiveness of their functions. According to Kalash 2019, challenges that range from lack of interest by some of the library personnel to key into some aspects of digitization, non-availability of adequate infrastructure for library activities, issues on adequate content selection from the mass available ones, erratic bandwidth, erratic bandwidth for internet connectivity, a highly irregular and unpredictable power supply, acute shortage of competent manpower, lack of finances for subscription, technological obsolescence of hardware, software, and formats to media vulnerability, competing stakeholders in content management, mirroring, translation. Prospects. Digital library has brought a complete change in activity, role of library and librarians. Most of the libraries in Nigeria have now entered in the technological era of communication dominated by electronic media. Magnity and Citing Atkins in 2009 delineated 4 basic potentials that the digital library offers. It reduces constraints of time and place, supports the creation and use of more dynamic integrated formats for representing data, information, and knowledge, can support new form of group collaboration in the creation and use of information and develop new communities of practice, enable customization and personalization of information, including assistance with the management of information overload. Competencies required for librarians. Competence describes requirement for position in an attempt to improve human performance. Ladies and Winter 2005, according to Longman Business English Dictionary 2006, competencies is important skill or ability needed to perform a job to satisfactory standard. Generally, it can be said that competency is a set of some components or elements, typically as knowledge, skills, and attitude. Type of competency. Generally, there are 2 types of competencies, very much essential for every librarian.
Hello, ma.
Hello, sir.
Please, can you quickly go to your conclusion and recommendations?
All right, sir. All right, sir. Our conclusion here says, digital age has brought a tremendous change in the way of information gathering, storage, retrieve, and dissemination. Despite the potentialities of digitization, libraries in Nigeria are finding it difficult to digitize their resources as a result of numerous challenges. The future is quite bright for librarians if they acquire the requisite competence and skill to meet the challenges thrown to them by the emerging technologies and take advantage of these tools and technologies now. Our recommendations include revision of library schools curricula to bring up to date course content in order to reflect the current digital era. Library professionals need to be given systematic exposure through sponsorship to continue education programs, conference, and workshop. The need for adequate financial support, as most Nigerian libraries are operating in an atmosphere of dwindling finance. The situation has seriously affected the efficiency and effectiveness of their functions. They need to revise their knowledge-based and skills-based competencies by taking advantage of internet access as well as internet facilities. There is required to appoint ICT knowledgeable professionals or librarians to mentor library professionals. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so very much, Ma. Thank you so very much. We appreciate your time and your very vocal presentation. It is on that note that I wish to hand over to the chairman to make his remarks. Thank you. The chairman, sir.
Thank you very much.
While the chairman is making his remark, please allow Sarah Messi. We get ready for your presentation immediately after this. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Mrs. Onoha, Aruabuke, Elijah. Oh, sorry. This is Mrs. Olatunde Comfort.
Yeah,
you are one of the writers.
Yes, sir.
And the presenter. And you have 1, 2, 3, 4 others. Thank you for your presentation. Let us start from page 1. Are you with me? Page 1. You know, the idea of using challenges and prospects is no more common in paper writing these days. You want to focus on you say challenges and process of digital libraries. Possibly, you could look at the effect of digital libraries, and that will encompass the two. That can help. And then that's that. I like the way the names are written out properly, and then you eventually put the schools they all came from. Look at the abstract. The abstract is not properly written. The word abstract will be single word capital. In other words, you start the word abstract with capital A, all other words will be small letters. And then you centralize the word. Put the abstract in the center, not in the beginning. Then the abstract itself should not be italicized. Remove the italics and let it be, straight word itself. You italicize everything, remove the italics. Please remove italics and let your single line spacing be clear, madam. Your single line spacing, let it be clear. I'm not sure here whether it is 1.5 or single line. When you are typing, you correct it. It should be single line spacing. Single line spacing. The keywords are okay, but remove all the keywords, remove all of them from italics. You understand what I mean by italics, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. So you do that. And then you go to, again, before we go to the next page, the paper is not paged. Take the paper, please. Page it from page 1 to the end.
All right, sir.
Good. Then introduction, the challenges, and under those challenges now, you cannot write challenges separately, write prospects separately. You know we are dealing with effects. Then on the competencies, you have done all the necessary work you are supposed to do. It's only that you didn't classify them under literature review. Try to think of literature review when you write a paper. The literature review can encompass all the things you put after your introduction. Digital library environment, challenges and prospects, competencies, type of competencies. All those can, form your literature review or what you call empirical review. If you like in future, you could do under literature review, conceptual review, do theoretical review, and you can do, empirical review. The three of them combined make literature review. Madam, since you are in the library, you need to be conversant, very, very conversant with paper writing because you are an academic staff. Your referencing, you need to rework it. You rework it totally. you put it in a fresh page. We don't number reference under the APA type. You remove all those numbering. Number 1, number 2, number 3, up to number 11 reference. You remove all the numbering, and then you ask those of your colleagues in the library who knows the 6th edition of the APA reference to guide you, or you go and read it yourself. Everything you did under reference here is contrary to the APA, so you need to rework it, please. Very, very important. And then your recommendation should not be numbered. You can put them in paragraphs. I don't have a problem with the conclusion, but I want to reemphasize, as a library staff, you are an academic staff. You are an academic staff, and so style of writing, you should be competent with the style of writing, properly, because your paper can be taken to be a journal paper too. So I want to commend you for a good effort and a good presentation. And I hope you note all those areas I mentioned. And once you correct them, the paper is good to go. I thank you. I commend your other colleagues who join you to write the paper. And I commend you for presenting it. Thank you very much. My name is Dr. Oluyemi Omotojo.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Madam Comfort. Thank you for your time and your presentation. At this moment, I want to call on Olaoye Sarah Messi. Olaoye Sarah Messi, you have you've been enabled to unmute yourself as well as your video too. We'll require you to also share out your video as we take your presentation. So you can now unmute yourself, Sarah.
Okay, thank you. I'll be presenting on a video.
Can we have the video? So
I'm having issues downloading or uploading it rather.
No, not uploading. Just click on the unmute video. Touch on unmute video and you'll be on.
Okay.
All right.
I'll be presenting on the paper investigate the effect of cultural diversity on organization.
Go ahead with the presentation, Sarah.
This guy is not coming. Oh, no, not coming. That is not coming.
No, it's not coming up now.
Where is that? I guess I call you to Kabul. I'm telling you to move on.
So I'm not hearing anything from you again.
This is another person. So
sure, sir. We are waiting for you to reconnect.
Okay.
Nothing. Oh, I said you are up again, so you can unmute yourself and continue with your presentation, please.
All right. Yeah, I was talking about the introduction aspect that increasing globalization requires more interaction among people from diverse cultures and backgrounds than ever before. People no longer live and work in an insular marketplace. That is, people no longer live and work in an isolated marketplace. They are now part of a worldwide economy with competition coming from nearly every continent. That is, we have competitions from Nigeria, from Ghana, and so on like that. Because of these competitions that are going on here and there, nobody wants to live in an environment that is isolated. For this reason, organizations need diversity to become more creative and open to change. Therefore, maximizing and capitalizing on cultural diversity, which has become an important issue for management today. And when we talk about culture, that is our way of doing things, which differs because we have different background, different upbringing. What is good in one culture may be bad in another. Organizations and their employees do not need exist in a vacuum, separated from their cultural surroundings. People want to live in an environment that they can easily relate with other people. They don't just want to live in an environment whereby they are isolated. They don't want to work in an environment whereby they cannot speak freely, where their ideas will not be welcome. But people want to work in an environment whereby they'll be able to easily interact, even with their co-employees, where discrimination is not found. That is what cultural diversity is basically on. Now I move straight to the aim and objectives. The main objective is to investigate the effect of cultural diversity on organizational performance, while the specific objectives are to examine the levels of distrust and poor correspondence between an organization, to assess impact on organizational performance, and also identify the multiple ways that cultural diversity impacts productivity levels, and also to identify the influence of religion on employee performance. My literature review. Cultural diversity is a debatable, open-ended term. We generally—
Please go to your method. So, please, can you do where to go to your methodology? Talk about your methodology, then your findings.
Okay.
Conclusion and recommendation.
The research is focusing on the effect of cultural diversity on organizational performance using Federal Polytechnic Ebe, Osun State. The research design for the study was quantitative research design, and I made use of primary and secondary data. And the primary data was collected from Federal Poly Ede staff 2021, and which comprises of 416 academic staff. Then straight to my findings and conclusion. This research shows that ethnic cultural diversity may affect an organization's performance negatively, as it may, number one, hinder potential transfers among workers due to linguistics and cultural barriers. It can also reduce peer pressure, social ties, and trust, and it also creates the possibility of joining or remaining in a demographically diverse firm. My conclusion: a diverse workforce is a reflection of a changing world and marketplace. From the result of findings, this paper concluded that cultural diversity affects on organizational performance in Nigeria. Responses raised by those, so their management in a diverse workforce should be used to educate everyone about cultural diversity and its issues of diverse need to learn how to adapt to this. Thank you.
Okay, you are done. Thank you very, very much. Thank you for trying so very well to keep to the time. Your presentation is very audible from this side, and we appreciate the flow. Having said that, I would at this juncture hand you over to the chairman to make his remarks. The chairman, sir.
Thank you very much. I think it's Allah Sarah Messi.
Yes, sir.
Is that your name? Thank you. Thank you for your presentation and for your efforts. And then I can see Ulabo EA again. And then the PhD, you remove it, PhD words. remove that word PhD words. You
All
cross
right.
it. You should not be there. And then the topic is okay. Don't have any problem with the topic. Investigating the effects of cultural diversity on organizational performance. It has good characteristics of a good topic. In other words, the variables are there and there too. And then your abstract. Your abstract should be in single line spacing. I think what you have there, I don't know whether it's single line. Check your typewriter when you are typing, and make sure it's single line spacing. That is one. The word abstract, you should rewrite it. It should be first word capital, initial cap. Only the word A should be capital letter. The rest should be small letters. Are you with me? Abstract. A, capital A, small b, small s, and so on. You understand? And it should be in the place exactly you place it. Good. That's the key words again are okay. But all the italics, you put everything in italics. Remove the italics. You know what I mean by italics?
Yes, sir.
So remove the italics, including the keyword. The keyword should be written in bolding letters. You bolden the keyword, but not in italics. And the other words, culture, diversity, all of them, remove them from italics. But don't bolden those words. You bolden only the word, key word. Is that clear?
Yes,
Is that clear?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Then the introduction, well, the introduction is fairly okay. I can see you using the word, the ampersand, where you are putting a one line, Ogedengbe and Redman 2012. Change that ampersand to AND, Ogedengbe and Ogedengbe AND, not the word, not the ampersand you use. Ogedengbe and AND, yeah, good. And you do that, any other place you see that within the context, except the bracket, to correct it. On your literature review, I think it's so fairly okay too, because you have I'm coming, please.
Yes, sir.
Your literature review is okay. It's all right. Again, check your typing and the citations you make. Make sure they are well cited, and check your typing. Typing in terms of double line spacing here. Make sure it is not more than double line spacing. You understand? Because I can see some that are too wide, and because of the typing. Your methodology is okay. I can see your statement of the hypothesis. You will have put the hypothesis immediately after the introduction if you want to test hypothesis. And it should be a statement of hypothesis that I can see HO1 and HO2. No significant this, there is no significant impact. Good hypothesis. And you know when you formulate hypothesis, you must test them. I can see the tables are okay, well positioned, and your test is okay. Your test is okay, it's relevant to what you are trying to do. And finally, your findings are well stated out. Please number the findings. When you number the findings, you try as much as possible to not put your recommendations, which I can't find. Okay, I've seen them. No, I can't see your recommendation, I can see your conclusion. So try to separate your conclusion in this paper from your findings. I mean, separate your conclusion from your recommendations. The findings are there. Okay. I've told you to number them. The recommendations, you should put them in paragraphs. And then that will put a close to the paper. Then your references are not in conformity with the APA method. You need somebody to guide you on the 6th edition of the APA method of referencing. Let me look at the first one, ADOEG 2018, the impact of non-financial incentives on bricklayer productivity in Nigeria. You didn't tell us whether it is a book or a journal. We didn't know the publisher. We didn't know the city of. Let's look at. So you need to go and rework your reference, please.
Okay.
Or you come to the APA method 6th edition and study it very well. On the basis of that, I want to thank you for a good effort and good presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, the chairman. I think with this international conference, I appreciate all Rector Dr. J.C. Adekolawole, the Deputy Rector Academics, who will Dr. J. Upeteri, the Deputy Rector Admin, Mr. Iti Adelabu, presented the boss. I want to thank all the deans involved, the Dean School of Business and Management Studies as the principal host, and we have other co-hosts too that on the Dean School of General and Administrative Studies and the Dean School of Communication and Information Science. Then again, we have the Research and Publications Committee under the leadership of Mrs. C.O. Oyilekon. We appreciate the motherly role and mentorship she has been putting up to guide us. We appreciate how she has tolerated all our excesses as committee members. We thank you so much, Mrs. C.O. Oyilekon. I want to especially appreciate the school officers, School of Business and Management Studies, and our counterparts of School of General and Administrative Studies and School of Communication and Information Science. That we appreciate their reception in this office that we'll be using since yesterday. We appreciate all our participants who have been presenting papers since yesterday, and we appreciate those who joined us during our opening ceremony, which was physical. I appreciate the chairman of the occasion, Engineer Dr. T.A. Abdulhamid, the rector of Federal Polytechnic Ayede. We appreciate our lead paper presenter, Dr. Woyolaniran. Dr. Woyolaniran is the former immediate past rector of Osun State Polytechnic, Ire. We appreciate our keynote presenter, Dr. A.S. Mohammed, is the chief lecturer from Federal Polytechnic, Ofa. Then we appreciate all the supporting deans that graced that event. We appreciate all our awardees. This conference is just the first international conference we are having because we feel we need to move a step forward. But ironically, this is the 20th national conference we'll be holding as a school. Thank you for being part of the success story. I want to appreciate all the committee members, especially Dr. Maju, for his consistent cooperation, Alaji Bamiji, and all Mrs. Olubato, she's the secretary, a woman like a man, and all other committee members who have taken one role or the other in making this a reality. While we await, I will indulge all of us to please hold while we await the presence of the Deputy Rector Academics, who will declare the conference closed. We are waiting for him to join us on Zoom from his office, and he will declare the conference. Yeah, he will do the closure of the conference. Thank you. Please stay with us. We'll be back in
Anywhere great leaders are made, fat we are the first among equals, raising great scholars to change the world. On knowledge, skills, and character we stand, fat take your place. You are the best. You are the best. Vocational skill is our watchword. Proficiency, faithfully added. Giving the best on technique education. Baby of talent. Diverse training on entrepreneurship. Stand on your feet and rise to the skies. So dear to my heart are you. Arise and take your place. You are the best. You are the best. Faithfully added. Faithfully added. Faithfully added. The citadel of learning where great leaders are made. Faithfully added. We are the first among equals, raising great scholars to change the world, leading the way to all-round success. On knowledge, skills, and character we stand. Faithfully added. So dear to my heart are you. Arise and take your place. You are the best. You are the best. Faithfully added. Vocational.
Yes, thank you very much. I think we have in our presence the Deputy Director Academics, sir. If you would like, if you would unmute yourself, sir, so that we can have your closing remarks and declare this international conference closed. You can go ahead and unmute yourself, sir, so that we'll have you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Liu. On behalf of the Rector, Prince Dr. J.T. Adekola, I want to first of all commend the Dean, School of Business and Management Studies, in person of Dr. Adebayo, including the Dean of General Studies and Administration, Eda SCO Olutobi, as well as the Dean, School of Communication, Dr. Fadare, for this year international conference, which were jointly organized by the 3 deans and the 3 schools. I want to commend the effort of the organizing committee in person of Mrs. C. Caroline Oyelekan, and then the members who joined their hands together with her to make sure that this year international conference is successful, most especially Mr. Aliu. I want to commend their effort since last week, Tuesday, when this conference was declared open by my rector, Dr. J.T. Adekola, and all the presenters that have presented papers in this international conference. Formerly, it was a national conference organized by the School of Business Studies. And later, it became a joint work together by the 3 schools. But this year now, they have moved further to make it an international conference and the first of its kind by the 3 schools. And I want to appreciate them that this international conference is not just on hard copy. It's now on internet, that any paper being presented at this conference, edited, reviewed, and certified to be accepted will be published on their website.
And I appreciate the effort of the committee also to make sure that the paper presented is not only the journal publication that is not only indexed, it is even Google cited. And anybody that presented paper on this particular website, on their journal publication or their conference publication, will be Google cited by if the paper has the quality. So I want to appreciate them. And then the participants also, I want to advise that all the corrections that I've made during the presentation, either through facial or through the face presentation, all the corrections made, please see to those corrections, make sure they are corrected, and then the corrected copy is being submitted. And try as much as possible to check the plagiarism check, because any paper presented and having plagiarism problem, the author will bear the consequence, not the committee. It is the author that will bear the consequence. Ensure that your paper is plagiarism free. And I want to encourage that this conference presentation that you have made is in a conference form. Even if it is published, it will be published as international conference and not international journal. Therefore, you can improve on this conference presentation and add some flesh, go and make some more literatures, visit some current issues, and advance on it and make sure that you make it to be a quality one that can be submitted for journal presentation. This body, they are having two publications, conference publication and journal publication, so that your paper can move from conference publication to journal publication. And I want to advise you also to make sure that you don't forget by next year that this program is a yearly conference. So as you have done this year, try as much as possible to make sure that you come back next year to come and have your presentation. The presentation is not only limited to Nigeria, it's throughout the globe, throughout the whole world. We have some people that presented this time around, partially from other countries, and those people are recognized as well. So on this note, and what had already taken place, I want to declare this conference closed. On behalf of my rector, Prince Dr. John Taiwo Adekola, I hereby declare this conference closed. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, the Deputy Rector. We appreciate all your commendations and words of advice. We appreciate you. You've been with us since 3 years ago. We've been having you back to back. Pray that God will spare all our lives so that we continue to tap from your wealth of experience. We appreciate your admonitions, and God will continue to strengthen us. God bless the schools of Business and Management Studies, General and Administrative Studies, and Communication and Information Science. God bless the Federal Polytechnic area, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. It is on this note that we end this year's conference, but not without having shout outs with all of ourselves. I think the participants now can unmute themselves, and we chit chat before we draw the curtain. All participants can unmute themselves while I have a gallery view.
Thank you.
It's a nice one. Greetings to everyone.
Everybody is Mr. Arilu and Nakazali. You are welcome. I can see you and your partner in the office. Thank you very much for being part of us. We'll do it again next year by the grace of God. Our posters will come out. Then the next publication of the school will come up as soon as possible. So we expect that all the papers that are presented should please be replicated, be corrected, and sent back for publication in the next edition of our journals. Thank you all. Thank you.